Good morning. Today we are live here at the University of Nairobi celebrating the International Day of People Living with Disabilities. This day has been observed since 1992 when the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed it, and it's aimed towards creating awareness and the understanding on the lives of people with disabilities, and of course, promoting the rights, dignity, and wellness of the people living with disabilities in the community. Of course, this year we have a theme, and the theme is focused on innovative ways to fuel inclusivity for people living with disabilities in the community. And of course, when you talk about innovation, the first thing that comes to mind is how do we do things differently, successfully? And one of the innovations we have invested in here at the University of Nairobi is sports. And we will be witnessing a couple of games being played by players from both here at the university and from members outside in the community. And we have the National Council for People with Disabilities present, doing demonstrations and warm-ups and exercises in preparations for the games. As you can see behind me, there is a whole lot of frenzy of activities. People are excited and people are getting ready to watch the games. Of course, you can see the players getting ready, and we are yet to expect a crowd of spectators who will be cheering on the players, and we will be witnessing more than just basketball. Furthermore, at the Great Court, we'll have other games like chess and darts and other interesting games. Of course, we'll have a chance to talk with some of the players and some of the stakeholders who will give us a feel into what methods they are incorporating in ensuring that the people with disabilities in our community are feeling included and that they are part and parcel of this university community. And as Scott Hamilton said, the only disability is really a bad attitude. And here the attitude is ecstatic, the attitude is positive, and that is what we are mainstreaming. Perhaps we could talk to a couple of the players just to see what they have to say. Hi guys, can we talk to you for a while? Okay, maybe you can turn around to face me. Yeah. So, maybe you could tell us about what we're doing here today. Yeah, you can tell us your name. You can tell us if you're here to play, if you're here to watch, and of course, just tell us how you're feeling about this initiative. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Faith Wairimo. I'm here to play as wheelchair basketball, and I'm very excited. Yes.
So, how is the game played? When did you start playing? And just tell us more about the game. Yeah.
I started playing the beginning of this year, and it's been a journey because you have to learn some skills and you have to get them right so that you can be able to play the game well.
Are you part of the university, or which team are you playing with?
I'm not part of the university. I'm just here to play wheelchair basketball. I'm playing with sijui wanaitwa aje. Yes.
And what are you doing with the National Council of People Living with Disabilities? Like, are they the ones training you? And what forms of training have they included that you could share with us?
Yeah, they're the ones who are training us. They've been training us from the beginning of the, yeah. They're, um, pardon?
What methods of training are they using that maybe you could share with us?
Oh, just the basic ones. Um, just how to wheel the wheelchair and how to be confident when you're wheeling the wheelchair and when you're shooting the ball. Yes.
You've talked about confidence, and maybe you could give us a parting shot, like a word to people watching, and just in terms of confidence.
For people out there living with disability, you have to be confident and you have to believe in yourself so that people can accept you and so that people can be able to accept you the way you are. Yes.
Thank you very much. We will be watching other games in the field. Maybe we could get a glimpse of the energy and of the activities happening here. Okay, as we have spoken with one of the players, she's here with the National Council of People with Disabilities. And as she's told us, they've been training since the beginning of the year. So, of course, they are very excited for this game. And they are looking forward to competing, to having fun, and to showcasing the skills they have learned. And apart from that, they are very positive in playing the game. And as she has told us, it gives her a lot of confidence and it encourages us to treat them with the respect and the dignity that we try to promote through celebrating this day. We will be speaking with the head of the council in a few, but as we do, we're still hoping to see some other games apart from basketball, like chess, which will be at the Great Court here at the University of Nairobi. And of course, that is also very exciting. We're still looking into getting to know how these games are played, how they train, what emotions they elicit in them, and of course, how we can continue supporting them and promoting the whole inclusivity aspect that we try promoting. As we speak, people are streaming into the pitch to support the players, and the audience seems pretty excited to be there. Right. So now we will be speaking with the Director of Sports here at the University of Nairobi, Mr. Mureithi. Okay. Hi, good morning, Mr. Mureithi. How are you feeling today being in charge of this great initiative here at the university?
I'm feeling excited. I'm very happy as a Kenyan, and secondly, as a sportsman, and thirdly, as a manager of sport in this university. It's a great day. Yes.
So, what are some of the expectations you have for the day?
We are expecting a lot of excitement in terms of participants, a lot of excitement in terms of the spectators who are coming to see persons who are talented differently, playing a sport of their choice. Today we are offering 3 specific sports. This is the adapted basketball, the wheelchair basketball. It's a normal basketball but played by a segment of Kenyans who have different abilities in terms of playing, in terms of their body. The other sport we are offering is called para chess. Para chess is played on the tables that is across where we are. is also another very exciting sport. It's a mental sports. So you can see we are offering a physical sports and then a mental sports. And that to me is a great thing. And then also we are doing also football for the deaf people across the main field. They are there in numbers. So for me it is a great day because it demonstrates as an institution that concept of inclusivity. Normally we don't leave anybody behind. University of Nairobi is a powerhouse of sports, of talented people, differently. But this day is a great day because we are now focusing mainly on our brothers and sisters who are talented differently. And that's why we are offering these specific sports. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muridhi. But I'd like to know if there are any students participating in these sports.
Yes, we have University of Nairobi students. We have Kenyatta University students, but specifically University of Nairobi, we are presenting 2 teams in the sport of chess. And of great importance, one of the key players who has represented the country variously is from this university. She's called Stella. She does courses in the Faculty of Arts. A second-year student. She will be playing today, demonstrating that international ability that she has demonstrated elsewhere. She has represented the country variously, and she's here with us today. Yes.
Okay, this is being held here at the main campus, and I see the National Council of People with Disabilities. What significance does it have having that partnership with the council?
It shows the centrality of University of Nairobi as an institution. We all remember that this is the oldest institution, oldest in terms of sport, in terms of everything. So for the National Council of Persons with Disabilities to be in the University of Nairobi today is a great thing. And you can see we are also doing it very centrally, where everybody can access, can come and see and celebrate that talent with this segment of population. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muridhi. Perhaps you can give us a parting shot, especially to the audience that's here to support. Maybe you can encourage us on how we can further support this cause.
I am inviting all the University of Nairobi community and all Kenyans who can see us live to come and support us, to come and be with us, to come and celebrate the talents of our brothers and sisters in different ways, those on wheelchair, those who can walk, those who can sit, to come and partner with us so that we can support this effort of inclusivity in the line of sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muridhi. Okay, so as we have heard, here, this being celebrated here at the University of Nairobi main campus encourages the inclusivity of not only students here, but everyone within Nairobi and even Kenya at large, because it is a very central place that is easily accessible. As you've heard from Mr. Muridhi, we do not only have students from UON, but students from other institutions and members as well from the National Council of People with Disabilities, which is an integral partnership with the University of Nairobi. Of course, we can see some participants already practicing over here in the pitch, and the audience is very excited watching this, and perhaps we could get a glimpse of exactly what is happening. This is very interesting, seeing how the game is being played, how effortlessly it's being played. Of course, the training has been very useful, and okay, that was a miss, but as we said, you keep trying, and they are only practicing. We're yet to witness the full game. And the audience is also very intrigued. The audience is very intrigued. Perhaps we could talk to one of them and see exactly how they're feeling about the day. So, hi guys. Hi, thank you for coming forward. My name is Hope. Perhaps you can tell us your name and you can tell us how you feel being here today as part of the spectators.
My name is Bernard Mboya Mijele. I am very much grateful for this day's event where we celebrate people with a disability. And it is also an opportunity to show that they are also able. There are some activities in which they can also partake and perform to their level best. I am happy to see that some of our people who are also disabled, they are taking part in even playing the basketball. I have never seen this before, but I feel so gratitude to see this today. I would like to advise that they also get involved in these activities so that they also feel part of the surrounding. In this International World Day for people with a disability, I am happy to be part of it, and I will fully participate to see also that these people, they feel part of the environment, they feel part of the surrounding. Some of these people, they were not born disabled, but this disability just come by coincidence. So everyone can become part of this disability for as long as he lives, because that's something that comes by chance. It is not mandatory to specific people. So let us encourage our fellow brothers and sisters who are disabled. Let us be part of them. Let us cheer them even as they take their games. Let us make them feel part of the environment and part of the world, part of us. Yes, that's what I would like to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. Your contribution to the support and to the cause is very much appreciated. Asante sana. Maybe we could talk to another spectator. I see an O3 Plus shirt here, and as we know, the International Day for People with Disabilities is a UN initiative, and so is O3 Plus. It stands for Our Rights, Our Lives, and Our Future. I'm sure you know about it. So what would you say is important in promoting the rights and the future of people living with disabilities, since you are here today? And maybe you can tell us your name too.
Thank you so much. My name is Moeni Lilian, and I'm part of the University of Nairobi, and also I'm a person with a disability, and being here today is such an honor. It's my first International Day of Persons with Disability, and the fact that we are having these adaptive sports, it's for exposure, for people out there to realize that persons living with disabilities are not limited, and that they can do mostly what the mainstreamers can do. And about O3 Plus, the fact that they stand for rights, it's clear that even the persons living with disabilities have a right, and they have rights to be included in everything. So the main purpose of this event, it's about inclusivity. So we want to show the community that people living with disabilities can be included in everything, not only sports but many other things, and also for exposure. Once you're done with your school and you go outside to the outside community, you have a chance to get some kind of I can't call it favor. You have an advantage. So we want people outside there to support the persons living with disability, and also to create awareness. Most of the people don't know how to handle a person with disability. You find them struggling somewhere with a wheelchair, you don't know how to help them. You find a blind person, you don't know how to approach them. So it's high time we create awareness and show people how they can accommodate everyone with a disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you be participating in any of the games today? Are your friends participating? What would you say to them?
Unfortunately, I'll not be participating, but I have friends who will be participating in the wheelchair basketball, and all I want to tell them is that they got this, and I'm so proud of them that they actually came out and decided to do something very great for their sake and for the community. All the best.
Well, being a spectator and being a supporter is you participating, and that is appreciated. Thank you very much. So that was it from some of our spectators. Just by spectating, you're participating. By watching this live stream, you're participating through seeking knowledge and creating the awareness you need to create, as well as letting people know more about the whole cause, about inclusivity, and that is what we are doing here today globally. And of course, it's very important for us to keep mainstreaming such activities, not only in sports, as our dear friend has told us, but also in other sports as well. And of course, there are also more and more spectators streaming in. This has been a very successful event so far, and we're looking forward to see how much can be impacted through the same. And right now, the match is about to start. Of course, we will get into that. Here we are. The ribbon is being removed just for us to watch the game. Our players are ready. They are in the pitch, and we are about to witness a great activity. Some of us, including myself, have never seen this being played, and we're very excited to know how it happens and what kind of effort is put into it. Exactly. I can't hear you. I can't hear. Okay, so for now, we are going to be speaking to the DVC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, and perhaps good morning, Mr. Odote. Good morning, Mr. Ogengo. We would like to hear your thoughts on the day, especially being the chairperson of the committee. Perhaps you could tell us a bit about the day and, of course, its importance.
Thank you very much, and good morning UNC TV, good morning viewers. It's an excellent day. As you can see, it's actually a very bright day, but we celebrate the International Day for Persons with Disability, which officially is marked on the 3rd of December. We are marking it as a university on the 2nd, a day earlier. It gives us an opportunity to be able to celebrate the milestones that we've made in terms of disability inclusion. The day is celebrated worldwide, so as to be able to see the efforts that the international community is making since 1992 in terms of realizing and protecting and promoting the rights of persons with disability. So as a university, today we will have games, we'll have a panel discussion, and we'll essentially have conversations to celebrate the milestones that we are making, but also to recommit ourselves to inclusion, to commit ourselves to ensuring that persons with disability realize the rights that are guaranteed to them in the Constitution, which is an equal education with all other members of Kenya society. So it's an extremely nice day. We will have people, students from different universities. We're going to have Kenyatta University, we expect Angaza, we expect Machakos University, but also we are having partners from different other organizations coming. Our chief guest is from the Standard Chartered Bank this morning. The National Council is here to register people. So it's an extremely exciting day for me and for the committee and for the university to be able to live the promise we made in 2010 when we adopted our disability policy.
Thank you very much. Perhaps you could give a word of encouragement and maybe a call to action for even the viewers watching on how we can support members of the community living with disabilities outside the university.
I think early this week, when we were signing a collaborative agreement with the CEO of the National Council of Persons with Disability, he made a statement that I would like to reiterate. He said that persons with disability are not looking for charity. They are looking for recognition, and they are looking for respect. So my call to all of us outside the university, please look at persons with disability as individuals with rights with agency, just like any other person. They're just able differently. Give them the chance, engage with them. You can see today they're going to be playing games, meaning that they are sportsmen and sportswomen just like us. Please give them the opportunity to be able to participate in leadership positions. Our constitution says at least 5% in elective and appointed positions. Please give them employment opportunities. Give internship to our students. Please partner with the University of Nairobi. We have several projects that we want to engage in. Please reach out a hand, try and partner with us so that we can do all the things that are required, whether it is innovation, whether it is celebration, and whether it is participation, so that persons with disability can also enjoy the rights that all other people enjoy in this society.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odote.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and well done.
Now, we will be speaking with a few more people later, but for now, as we have heard from Dr. Odote, persons living with disabilities want recognition and they want respect. They do not want charity. And this is our call to action today as members of the larger community to give them exactly that. Let us promote human dignity. Let us promote basic human respect. And this way we will be in a position to involve them further in the community. Now we're starting the game, and this is all we've been waiting for. So here we go.
University of Nairobi and all of our guests, welcome to this event. We are starting with the games.
Professor Mitei was to pray.
Oh, Mitei, okay, I've seen. Okay. Usiniambie. Okay, I'm told Professor Mitei is to start with the word of prayer.
Good morning. Allow me to begin with a word of prayer as we begin today's event. Let us pray. Lord God, our Father, we thank you so much for your love and goodness. We thank you for your care and protection. We thank you for your divine blessings. The blessing of calling us together as members of University of Nairobi community, that we can fellowship together and enjoy the fellowship of one another. We thank you for university leadership and the leadership of our Vice Chancellor. We thank you for DVCs. We thank you for AVC and AACOO. We pray for your blessings upon all of us as we come together as members of University of Nairobi to celebrate your goodness even as we interact in the field. We pray for your divine blessings and protection. We acknowledge that you've created us in your image and likeness, and we can come together and celebrate your uniqueness even in the way we interact and work together. So bless our time together as we begin, and at the end of it we'll give thanks. This is our prayer of faith through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mitei. Thank you, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Julius Ogengo, the Chair of the Disability Mainstreaming Committee, University of Nairobi, Professor Collins Odote, all other guests present, the Dean of Students, the teams who are already here for the games. Welcome to University of Nairobi International Disability Day. This event marks a very important calendar for the University of Nairobi, and we are happy to have you here. The International Day of Persons with Disabilities celebration is quite important, and we celebrate all, and it gives us an aspect of diversity, that in the University of Nairobi everybody is welcomed and everybody can excel and everybody can do what they can at their very best. Thank you. And now we are going to start with the sports, which is quite interesting. We are going to watch sports, and we are going to watch adaptive sports activities. Adaptive means that anybody can do that sport, but basically meant for persons with disabilities. So the first sport you're going to have is basketball. Basketball, what is called the wheelchair basketball game. It's going to be played by Kenyatta University versus University of Nairobi. We'll have both male and female teams playing. I'm told the ones in white are University of Nairobi, and the ones some have in Kenya and other uniform are KU. Kenyatta University, welcome and feel at home. University of Nairobi basketball team, welcome and feel at home. The best team will win and we all will be cheering you. Thank you. I can now hand over to the coach and the judge. Thank you. Okay, I'm told the DVC is supposed to move where the teams are and launch the event for the sports, for the adaptive sports. Our DVC, kindly you have to go and launch the event. Thank you. Professor Collins Odote Kinywa will accompany you. Thank you. And the Dean of Students, you can accompany the team as they go and launch the sport. Okay. Okay, so that is our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, going to launch the sports. It's known as adaptive sports. The game is basketball, wheelchair basketball. The teams are Kenyatta University and University of Nairobi. We will have both male and female, so we wish them the best of luck. The DVC is there greeting the team from KU. Thank you, our DVC. Okay, the DVC going to greet the team from University of Nairobi. Thank you, the captain is there. Okay, thank you all who prepared the two teams. We are proud of you. Okay, the two teams have their coaches, and from the coach. Thank you. The game is starting. Keep watch. The game is starting now. Okay, members, from here we'll have two teams, University of Nairobi and KU. We'll have the first team for ladies and the other one for men. Then from here we'll go to Parachase. Parachase will be played outside Taifa Hall, and that's also outside Taifa Hall. Yeah, so those are the games we have. I think we have three: the wheelchair basketball, the Parachase, and darts. For the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, quite an important event for us and quite important in our celebrations. Thank you. Okay, thank you. DVC is still greeting the team and chatting with them. Thank you, our DVC Academic Affairs.
you don't go to the field to feel sad. You go to the field to feel happy, to enjoy. And usually in games, I don't even talk about winners and losers. We are all winners any time we go to play, because you made a contribution, and the contribution you made has made the whole team achieve something. And the scores are just another part of it. They are part of playing. It's a playing that's important. So you are having come, you are having prepared, you are having responded to this and come to do it. It's a success part of it. So I wish you every best in your games. Enjoy yourselves.
As you can see, people are playing the game. Very intense, very, very intense. The passes are very professionally done. The training has been incredible, as we can see. The ball is back in the pitch. Being passed around. Now we're hoping to see a score being made. Okay. There we go. A lot of teamwork is being seen here. We're about to make a score. Maybe not. And oh no. That was a close one, but we keep moving. Almost there. The whistle was just blown. Seems like something went wrong, so okay, and the ball is back moving. That was a close shot. But the game goes on. More teamwork as the players pass the ball to each other. A lot of teamwork, a lot of communication among themselves. That was a good defense. No score for that team. The ball is back on the field. It's out. So the audience is very excited. The players are very determined to make this score, but the defense is also as determined. Of course, we have to move with strategy, and it seems like that is what the players are doing, strategizing their next move. As you can see, they're both male and female players, and they're both very capable of playing, very determined. The game is still on. We're about to make a score. Another try. It's back in the pitch. The team is very determined to make this win. Too bad. The ball is back in the pitch, and as you can see, there's a battle for the ball, but still the coordination is quite precise and quite perfect. Look at how the wheels are moving with a lot of technique. Oh, that was a close one, but we try again. Too bad. As you can see, it's very exciting watching. Personally, I have never experienced such a game, and neither have most of the spectators here. It's truly a novelty to watch, not having had such an experience before. And this is something that should be mainstreamed, something that should be put out there more often. That was a very close one, yet we try again. If determination were a group of people, it would be this group of people in the pitch today, and we have scored. We've just made our first score since the game began. This proves to show how, as Scott Hamilton said again, I repeat, the only disability is a bad attitude. And as you can see from the energy in the pitch today, the attitude is superb. The energy is ecstatic from both the players and the spectators. And what we can get from here is that we should never, ever give up. Because even with a failed attempt, we keep trying. And with teamwork, anything is possible. Once again, we take our loss and move on. Nice catch. It's very interesting how we're all having our first experience of basketball on wheelchairs. Once again, strategy is at work here, as the players are clearly, not physically, but also mentally, strategizing their next moves, their passes. Of course, this game, just as a reminder, it shows how inclusive we are as a community, which is, of course, the goal of the day that is actually celebrated on the 3rd of December annually. But as the university, we're celebrating it today on a weekday to make sure that everybody has a chance to witness this phenomenal initiative. As you can see, they are very much capable. Stella, our star student here at the University of Nairobi, is also among the players, and she is equally very, very enthusiastic and very determined to win this game. Just look at that. The coordination in wheeling the wheelchairs and still handling the ball must be the most spectacular thing I've ever seen. Our coaches from the National Council of People with Disabilities have clearly done a very good job in training this team. The energy keeps becoming more and more tense as we all want to make scores. And of course, the teams are very determined at that. And despite the losses, we keep learning that life moves on. Sometimes lazima tutuize. And we just have to relax, take our losses, and try again. Determination is key. A lot of activity as the wheelchairs move around. Very interesting indeed. He definitely seized the opportunity. Too bad. The spectators are equally as emotionally invested in this game as the players are. I love the encouragement among the players. They keep encouraging each other. A bit of a scuffle there. Stella might have occurred a little injury. The game has to stop. The team members, of course, are concerned, and this is beautiful. But of course, we move on. The game moves on. Communication between the players just reminds us of how important communication is in ensuring the understanding between people. And of course, this is also an innovation itself in playing the game. Of course, if you're watching UNC TV, you just witnessed that incredible turnover. The game still continues. Of course, you can live stream it on Signet as well as YouTube, UNC TV, airing these games live. And of course, after this, we'll be transitioning into Taifa Hall for a talk on disabilities. Edu seems to be the star of the pitch at this moment. The theme being transformative solutions for inclusivity through the role of innovation. Sports is definitely a great innovative way to show the inclusivity. Just a bit of a challenge in the wheelchair, but that's nothing that cannot be fixed. The coach came to the rescue. As you can see, some of the players are dressed in our O3 Plus t-shirts, an initiative by the United Nations standing for our rights, our lives, and our future, all aimed at empowering young individuals like our players. The disappointment in the spectators is quite loud. It's clappable indeed. It's exciting watching these wheelchairs move so fast. Once again, I emphasize on the innovation. This is a new way of playing sports, and it's quite successful. Of course, basketball has always existed, but seeing it being played differently and being made more inclusive is a beautiful experience. That must be the most spectacular thing we've witnessed today. A defining moment indeed. And the game moves on. Almost there. Looks like the players have something to say about that. Timeout. The players are moving, the ball is moving, the strategy is in place. Of course, we can see all the senses being implemented in this game. The players are listening to each other. They're communicating a way forward. And of course, the referee is here in case of anything. That was a bit of a slip, a bit of a funny moment. As you can see through the university gates, more people are streaming in. Everybody is curious about these games. Of course, just a reminder that we will not only be spectating basketball, but as the head of sports told us, we'll also be having football and other amazing games going on. Oh no. That might be a bit frustrating, just a little bit. Stella has the ball, not for long though. Emphasis on the community here with us today, and what a defining moment it is for all of us experiencing such a game for the first time. It really seeks to create awareness, and to showcase the inclusivity in sports, which of course will be a ripple effect in other situations. That was a close one. The communication among the players is quite animating. I keep feeling the tension when the wheelchairs bump into each other, but once again I'm reminded that the skill in playing this game .
2 minutes.
We're being reminded that 2 more minutes until we have the different genders playing separately. That was quite the turn. Stella with the ball. A bit of an accident. But once again, a defining moment. Determination at its best. Once again, nice try. You have to be very good in coordinating if you are to participate in this game, clearly. Our 2 minutes are over. Looks like we have a win.
A 5-minute break, ladies team. 5-minute break, then ladies team.
I would like to speak to you a bit and maybe you could tell us about the game and how you felt. I've seen that you were one of the ones really, really excited. So perhaps you could tell us about how it is. Right?
The game was awesome. Though we have been defeated, it has been a good experience playing in our court. Yes. Yeah. So the game was good, but we hope next time we'll improve on our game. Yeah.
Have you been able to make any scores?
No, I've not been able to make any score, but I've made maybe several passes. But the court was not favorable for us. Maybe a mistake. Yeah.
How would you like the court to be favorable to you? Like, what do you think can be improved for this game to be even more enjoyable and more inclusive?
First of all, is the ring. The ring is not favorable for us because when you look at the rim, it's not the one like it's normally used in the international level. So it has been a challenge for us, maybe mastering where we should use the board. Yeah, stuff.
And have you been playing basketball for a long time? Where did your passion even start?
Yeah, my passion started when I joined KCA University, and I've been now in the national team. Yeah, so I've represented the country in several countries, and it has been awesome. Yeah.
You've represented the country? Maybe you can tell us about that experience.
It has been good. It has made my game to be another level. And I hope I will improve on what, because my wish is to play pro. And I can see many countries want to maybe to recruit me in their clubs. But I feel I've not yet reached where I want to reach. So that's why I normally train every now and then so that I can improve on my skills.
That's beautiful. Maybe you can give us a parting shot before.
First of all, is to give thanks to the university for hosting the game. And for one, this game is good because it normally makes our body to be fit, first of all, and also it also improves on our discipline and cooperation when it comes to teamwork. So we hope and believe that it will continue hosting such games that we can give hope for those who have disability out there. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, so that was Matt, one of the players, and as he had said, he hopes that the university continues to host such games, not only on the International Day for People with Disabilities, but also on more random and casual occasions. Of course, there is a much greater cause for this, and perhaps we could speak to even more people. I can see the referee behind us, and I'd love to get her perspective on how the game was and how it was being there for the team. So, hi, you've been our referee today, and I could see that you really intervened during the game. Whenever there was a challenge, you were there for them, and you're here with the National Council of People with Disabilities, I believe so. So maybe you can tell us about your experience here today and what you feel it's had an impact on.
Yeah, my feeling for today is awesome. The crowd was up to date. The love we have just gotten from here, we have not gotten any love from other people, because this is our first time to to showcase wheelchair basketball in the university. And I have come to notice we have so many players here who can play. And maybe they don't know about wheelchair basketball. And now the way they were cheering up, they were following, they were enjoying, I can tell they will join the club. Yes.
And that's very beautiful. Why did you choose to host it here at the University of Nairobi?
We chose to do it here because we have one of our own, Selatioi, who is our national player. Yeah, he has been with us for more than 5 years being in the national team. Yeah, and her disability for wheelchair basket is the grade we need. She is a 2.5. Yeah, is a lower pointer. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. If Stella is the one who brought you here, perhaps we should speak to her and maybe get some insight from her. So right now we will be speaking to Stella, who is one of our students here at the University of Nairobi. So this is Stella, our star pupil here at the University of Nairobi. I'm also a student and we all admire you very much. And I've seen you play here today. And maybe you can tell us what significance this game has had in your personal life.
Wheelchair basketball has had it has played a very significant role in my personal life. Number one, in actually keeping fit. For a person with disability, you tend to be very dormant most of the time. So engaging in adaptive sports is really, really important in just ensuring that you're keeping fit, your mental health is in check, and yeah, you're active. You are as active as any other person. Yeah.
Perhaps you can tell us about how the journey started and how it is so far.
The journey of wheelchair basketball. Okay, yeah, well, it started back in 2013 when I was in an exchange program in the US. So that was the first time I actually engaged in wheelchair basketball. And before that, I actually never knew there's anything like wheelchair basketball. So it was an exciting thing for me at first. And when I came back to Kenya, I finished my high school. I now joined the Kenyan Wheelchair Basketball Federation. And a few years later, I joined the national team, and I'm now playing for the national team. It's been incredible, yeah.
And I've seen among the spectators, we've also had more people with disabilities in the spectators watching the game, and some of them have also known about wheelchair basketball today. Perhaps you'd have a word to them, maybe something you can say to them, how they can join, how they can practice their skills, and just never giving up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of being outgoing, go for it. It's also a matter of interest. Should they be interested? I mean, why should they not join? They should just, they can come to Nyayo National Stadium. We usually train on Mondays and Wednesdays. So yeah, they can sign up for it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stella. And we loved watching you, and we hope to watch you at national level again. Thank you. So that was Stella. As you can see, the pitch still has a couple of people. After watching the games, the players are here cooling off from the intense game. And we're all going to be proceeding to Thai Hall, where we will have a talk to further engage the community in creating awareness and in creating spaces where people with disabilities feel included, not only in sports, but in different spheres of the society, economically, academically, and in every other aspect of living. Of course, we are all privileged as members of the University of Nairobi to be here today and experience what is happening today. It is a very phenomenal moment indeed, including for myself, since, as I've been saying, I have never watched basketball on wheelchairs before, and it's been a defining moment, a learning curve for me and for all the spectators present and for those watching live as well. We hope to get a glimpse of some of the other games being played. I believe there is going to be football at the Great Court, as well as a game of chess and darts still at the Great Court, with showcasing people with different abilities. And we hope to continue mainstreaming such activities and mainstreaming such events. But before that, we still have a game for different genders that is both male and both female, and we hope to get to watch that as well. Maybe we could see that the coach is engaging the team in a debrief of the game, of course, which is always encouraging to keep them going and ensure that they don't have lost hopes despite not having despite um we will be playing a game of chess soon at the Great Court, and that is where we will be moving to.
Baada ya kile inataka ni nini? Time. Na hatuwezi kupea
as the chess game continues, we see that games can also be very mental, and this is where our mental capacities are being tested, and it is indeed a very intense and interesting game. Here as well, a lot of strategy needs to be involved. We've already seen physical games being played during the basketball wheelchair, and now we're being involved in a mind game, which is very stimulating. Of course, both to watch and to play. This is a reminder that anyone can play any game. This takes us back to our theme on creating spaces for inclusivity. And here we can see the players engaged in the game. Of course, it takes a smart pair to play a game of chess. As we're in our World Cup season, of course, we see this game and we're reminded of the viral picture of Ronaldo and Messi playing chess. And this, of course, is very phenomenal, as, again, anyone can play chess. As Napoleon Hill once said, whatever you put your mind to, you can achieve. And yeah, whatever you put your mind to, you can achieve. We are on our way to Taifa Hall as the games are over, and we are proceeding to a live discussion where we will be talking more about on the theme of inclusivity, not only in sports but also in other spheres of the society, including the economy, the employability rate of persons with disabilities, as well as academics, since it is being hosted at the University of Nairobi. We have to be crucial in speaking matters of inclusivity in the academic space. This talk will be hosted by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, and it will be co-hosted by Professor Julius Ogengo, our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and we will have a guest speaker, that is Joyce Kibe. She is the Head of Corporate Affairs and Brand Marketing at the Standard Chartered Bank. And of course, in the panel, we will have Professor Collins Odote, who is an Associate Dean at the Faculty of Law and, of course, the Chair of the Disability Mainstreaming Committee. We had an opportunity to speak to him earlier, and he reminded us that it is our role and our responsibility to make sure that we treat persons with disability with respect and, of course, with dignity, because at the end of the day, they do not ask for charity, but they ask for equity and equality in their treatment. Of course, in the panel discussion, the topic will be on the universities and industry as catalysts for the realization of the 5% employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. And during this panel discussion, we will be the discussion will be moderated by none other than Professor Collins Odote. In the panel, we'll have respectable individuals speaking, including Mr. Geoffrey Kaituko, the Principal Secretary State of the Department for Labor and Skills Development from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. We will also have Ms. Nontsikelio Patronella Mokoena, such a beautiful name, from the Human Resource Business Partner, Commercial Functions East Africa Markets, and that's from the British American Tobacco Eastern and Southern Africa. We'll also have our Dean of Students from here at the University of Nairobi, Mr. Johnson Kinyua, famously known as the Dean of Africa. And we'll also have Mr. Frederick Oko, the founder, Riziki Source, and co-chief executive and transformation officer at ADD International. And finally, we will have Mr. Andrew Kiosi, a person with disability representative from the University of Nairobi Student Association. This panel discussion will bring to light several topics of discussion that are important in This topic will bring to light several topics of discussion that are important in the conversation of creating awareness still, and of course, bringing to light our responsibility as members of the society to continue mainstreaming. Here we have a game of darts. We have a game of darts being played by some of the players who we witnessed at the basketball game. And we're looking forward to seeing how well they play. Darts, of course, involves throwing darts to a target, and the whole aim of darts is to hit the bullseye. Of course, this involves a certain level of precision, which again is very mental and perhaps requires some aim and some arm strength, which is something that is heavily invested on in this game. As you can see, there is an instructor giving them a way forward before they proceed. That was a very, very close hit, almost at the bullseye, which is the target. For the first trial, that one was very
start coming in so that we can start. For those ones, for those of us who are outside the hall, let's start coming in. Let's start getting in. We'll be starting soon.
Kulinda Kenya ni kuboresha hali ya wana Kenya.
Mabibi na mabwana, wale wote walio nje ya ukumbi huu wa Taifa Hall, tafadhali tuanze kuingia ndani ili
alituumba kwa mfano wake yeye, akatuweka Kenya nchi nzuri ya ajabu. Kwa hiari yake katupatia lugha mbalimbali, katupatia tamaduni mbalimbali, akatuweka Kenya nchi nzuri ya ajabu. Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye upendo na nguvu za ajabu alituumba kwa yeye, akatuweka Kenya nchi nzuri ya ajabu.
let's come in, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, tuingieni ndani.
Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu, pesa zanisumbua, pesa zasumbua roho yangu, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu, pesa zanisumbua, pesa zasumbua roho yangu, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Kidege hukuoza, kidege kidege, nami nifanyeje? Kijana, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa
ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika, ningekuoa malaika. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Oh, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Ziwa la Victoria, Kenya na Tanzania. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Ziwa la Bogoria kweli la shangaza, majini ya moto kweli ni ajabu. Ziwa la Bogoria, oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Mulima waona barafu hata jua liwaka, mulima wa Kenya. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Tazama porini.
1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start coming in. Tuanze kuingia ndani tafadhali. Ushers, if you could help us get people in.
Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu.
We are going to start any time from now at exactly 11. So let's come in.
Fika Mombasa, mwito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Fika Mombasa, maisha ni mwangu. Oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni mwangu. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Na wananchi na sukuma nitailinda, maisha ni mwangu. Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha ni oh, Kenya yangu, Kenya yangu, nchi yangu, maisha maishani mwangu.
1, 2. They continue to give us the numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start coming in. We are going to start very soon. When the train leaves the station, you miss it, you miss out. Anytime soon. Thank you, choir, for keeping us entertained. So tuanze kuingia mabibi na mabwana, wale ambao tuko pale nje. Maadhimisho yetu yako karibu kuanza. Kwa hivyo naomba sisi sote tuweze kuingia hapa kwenye hall, sababu ukiachwa usiseme hukuambiwa, uhondo uko hapa ndani. Karibuni sana. Thank you. The choir could give us maybe a number as we draw towards the starting line. Choir, you're doing very well. The tunes are very fresh. Kio tunapoendelea kuingia, naona watu wanaingia kwa usafi kabisa. Watu wenye viti vya magurudumu, the wheelchair users, karibuni sana. You know, I tell people that as a wheelchair user, I never look for a place to sit. Why? Because I'm already seated. So what do I look for, you may ask? I look for a place to park. Tuendelee kuingia. Hivi karibuni tutaanza. Na ukiacho usiseme hukuambiwa. We'll be starting very soon. Let's keep coming in. Let's keep coming in. As we prepare to start, we have a very rich program. We are going to learn, and learn more. And we also going to get some entertainment. Don't be left behind. Let's start coming in.
Mungu muumba wangu, Kenya nzima tunakusifu wewe. Wewe mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Mungu muumba wangu, Kenya nzima tunakusifu wewe. Wewe mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Bara letu Afrika, Mungu Baba ulibariki wewe. Mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Bara letu Afrika, Mungu Baba ulibariki wewe. Mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Mungu muumba wangu, Kenya nzima tunakusifu wewe. Mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Bara letu Afrika, Mungu Baba ulibariki wewe. Mwenye uwezo, Mungu wangu tunakusifu. Afrika, Afrika ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Afrika, Afrika ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Tanzania, Tanzania ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Tanzania, Tanzania ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Uganda, Uganda ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Uganda, Uganda ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Somalia, Somalia ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Somalia, Somalia ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Algeria, Algeria ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. Algeria, Algeria ni kwetu, Mungu uibariki. O Kenya, Kenya nchi yangu, Mungu uibariki. O Kenya, Kenya nchi yangu, Mungu uibariki. Mungu Baba Mwenyezi uibariki Afrika. Wakenya tunaomba Mungu awalinde wenzetu majirani bara la Afrika. Wakenya tunaomba Mungu awalinde wenzetu majirani bara la Afrika. Wakenya tunaomba Mungu awalinde nao viongozi bara la Afrika. Wakenya tunaomba Mungu awalinde nao viongozi bara la Afrika. Wakenya tuheshimu viongozi wetu wanaoiongoza nchi yetu Kenya. Wakenya tuheshimu viongozi wetu wanaoiongoza nchi yetu Kenya, nchi yetu Kenya. Mungu Muumba, ibariki, bariki, ahe, Afrika. Mungu Baba, Mungu twakuomba, ibariki, bariki, ahe, Afrika. Viongozi Kenya, Mungu tunaomba, ahe, bariki, Afrika.
Wapi makofi ya kwaya? Hiyo ni kidogo, ongeza kidogo. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The choir, time has come for us to start. Are you happy today? No, I can't hear you. Are you happy today? Yes, today is a day for us, persons with disability, as we mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. For me, if you ask me, what does the day mean for me? The day for me means we are celebrating the abilities in disabilities, and to do exactly that. So without further much ado, I'm going to be your MC for the day. I know I'm not a very new person, but in case you're seeing me for the first time, my name is Muriithi Anthony, an alumni of this great institution, graduated in the year 2001 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Sociology and Economics, and currently I'm working at Safaricom as a team leader. But when I'm not working at Safaricom, and when I'm not with my family, I'm doing other things like being an MC. So today, I am your MC, and you can call me MC on Wheels. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who can be able to stand, let's kindly be upstanding for the three anthems: the national anthem, East Africa anthem, and your anthem.
Tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. University of Nairobi, we labor all together in search for knowledge and truth. We bless and honor thee. We are the pinnacle of excellence in knowledge, knowledge to serve our motherland. O Kenya, knowledge to serve all mankind. Be not angered by pride, let excellence prevail. May we all shun the pitfall of being the ivory tower. With sacrifice and dedication, our problems will overcome. With sacrifice and dedication, our problems will overcome. We are the fount of knowledge. We create, we hold the vision. God give us grace to serve, and the future is bright, and the children shall drink from the fount of knowledge. Knowledge shall surely set them free. On the stars, knowledge shall surely set them free.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Great. Our guests of honor, all our guests, including my good friend Danita Gatti. Honorable Danita Gatti, I tell her, we met abroad. We met, my first time to meet Honorable Danita Gatti, we met in London during the 2018 Global Disability Summit. So karibu sana, Mheshimiwa, and all the guests, karibuni sana, tena sana. For the sake of our friends who are visually impaired, it's good to describe myself, who I am. I am a wheelchair user. How is my complexion? They say I'm dark, but I think I'm brown. Today I am dressed in black shoes, a gray trouser. Some of them, they say it is black, but it is gray, even though men are colorblind. A red shirt, and a wheelchair that is wine red in color. Not red wine, wine red. You know, some when they hear wine, they start salivating. So that's me. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a great day for all of us when we celebrate the abilities in disabilities. And because all of us, somebody said that all of us are candidates for disability. So let us embrace and let's celebrate together. And now we move to the entertainment. And at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me and help me to welcome a person who is going to give a spoken word. This is none other than Mary Olo. Wapi makofi ya Mary Olo.
Hello, good morning to you all. My name is Mary Olo. I'm a second-year journalism student at the University of Nairobi from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. And mine is not more of a spoken word. It's less of a spoken word and more of a writing from my blog pages. And I thought it would be nice to share it with you. It's titled Forever Young. And it just, I would prefer it if you interpreted it on your own. Yes. Just a minute. Okay, so as they set up the music for me, the writing Forever Young is based on the song Forever Young by Alphaville. We all know it. And it basically talks about when the song was written, and we try to get an understanding of the conditions of the writers of this song and how it relates to us today, to society today, and what we as young people, or generally as people in the world, go through, and our struggles to stay forever young as we undergo these challenges. I hope you will enjoy it. So, I'll just start. You all probably know the song Forever Young by Alphaville. I've heard it too, but only recently did I listen to it, and I mean truly listen to it, and all I can say is this song gave me so much to unpack and think about. I was not even sure what I wanted to share from this, because this song captures it all. I felt so many things in this one song. I laughed, I smiled, and I cried. Not too much though. As usual, I went back in time to actually understand the song and what could have provoked such deep and intense lyrics, raw and pure emotion that can only be understood by experience. You probably want to listen to this song after. The song was written by a German band, Alphaville, at the height of the Cold War between the USA and the USSR. The whole song analyzes two major thematic aspects. In some parts, Alphaville talks about the fragility of life in this time of uncertainty, living each day in fear of the two superpowers going to war, hence the line, "Are you going to drop the bomb or not?" Uncertainty and pure helplessness describe the state of these young kids just trying to live and be happy. The rest of the song talks about the pressures of trying to stay young by accomplishing dreams and hopes under the iron fist of the world and its pressures. I could not help thinking that despite the song being written in the 1970s and with the Cold War a distant memory, the situation could not be more similar to us today. Between the young people then and the young people now, the only thing that has changed is the form the USA missiles and warships take. Evolved into something more modern, it is safe to say the pressures of the world have only intensified tenfold. We might as well have missiles flying above us and nuclear bombs being tested around us. The thrill of being young and free, but still tied to a certain societal demand still haunts us like an ever-looming shadow. The constant pressure of trying to break free, to create and achieve your hopes and dreams and still meet that demand continue to weigh us down. So many songs given up today, so many adventures we forgot to play, so many dreams swinging out of the blue. Oh, let it come true are some of the lines that resonate with me the most. Similarly, we end up cracking under the pressure of family and society, and we forget to remain young. We abandon the dreams we had, and we watch them carried away into the wind until it all disappears and becomes nothing but a distant whisper. Alphaville challenges this notion, forever young, I wanna be forever young. He introduces the concept that maybe, just maybe, you could grow older physically, but remain young by keeping the option to dream, hope, and accomplish open and infinite. This is how to stay young regardless of the wrinkles and graying hair. Growing up, and even at this age, this has always been the question for all of us. Will I succeed? Who will I be in 10 years from now? Will I love the person I will become? Scary questions we do not like to face, but somehow we secretly plan out for them so that we do not become, I'm afraid to say it, a failure. The big scary F word. Unfortunately, this word, like many other concepts in society, are based on standards and traditions that do not quite apply to everybody. Because what is failure really? Isn't it achieving your purpose? Is it not achieving your purpose usually accompanied by a rush, a thrill, a sense of comfort and accomplishment, and above all, happiness? This is the complex concept of life. Now, every day we wake up chasing that purpose, and just like you, I too worry what will become of me and what destiny holds for me. But every day I wonder whether it is important to pursue the ill-conceived societal concept of success, or that rush that pushes me toward that itch that brings out the best of me, my personal nirvana, where I will stay forever young.
Wow, thank you very much, Mary Olo. Wapi makofi yake, tumuongeze makofi. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. Very, very thought-provoking there. And the question to you is, are you growing young or are you growing old? As for the MC on wheels, I'm growing young. Join the train. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the welcoming remarks from the Dean of Students. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Johnson Kinyua. Karibu sana.
Pale. Our DVC, Academic Affairs, Professor Julius Ogengo. Our chief guest today, Madam Joyce Kibe from Stanchart Bank. Our Honorable Joyce Ngati, Mr. Uko. Our partners from National Council for Persons with Disabilities, our partner from Stanchart, and all other corporate present. Invited guests, students, staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Johnson Kinywa. I'm the Dean of Students at University of Nairobi, and I'm honored and privileged to give you the welcome remarks to this auspicious day of the persons with disability. And I'm happy that the University of Nairobi is making great strides towards inclusivity among our diverse communities who are present in our university. As you know, we draw all people from across all the 47 counties and across half of the African countries and around 14 nations outside Africa. So diversity is our second name. And in our 6 core values, one of the values that we espouse so much is the value of care. And we would not like to leave anybody behind, those who are able and those who are able differently. It is for that purpose and reason that we are all here to celebrate the milestone of inclusivities, particularly in higher education, that we are making to ensure that everybody feels at home and everybody feels that they have a place at the University of Nairobi to unlock their full potential. Everybody is gifted in one way or another. I met Anthony Murezi, the current MC, working with Safaricom during the International Day of Wheelchair, and I saw a talent. But when you meet him with a wheelchair, you may not know what is inside of him. He's a great man. So as a University of Nairobi, we believe that everybody has inherent potential that only needs to be unlocked. And the only way to unlock that potential is to make sure that we have an inclusive society, inclusive environment. We've not reached there, but we are getting there. In terms of infrastructure, in terms of running materials, in terms of sign language support system, in terms of the wheelchair, and all other things that enables our students with disability to feel like they are part and parcel of the university community. So this day is a big day for us because it helps us to mark the milestone that we have achieved, to enumerate them, the challenges that we are facing, and how we can continue to partner with our stakeholders to ensure that the milestone we have, the University of Nairobi Disability Policy, which I know Professor Collins Odote will enumerate. We have a strategic plans. We have a disability support center that is coming up, and so many other things which we would like to hold our hands with our partner to make sure that our community is well achieved. We have 121 students with disability and around 67 staff. So that community of around 222 thereabout is a big population that cannot be left unattended. And in the office of the Dean of Students, there is a disability liaison office where all the issue of disability, whether it's a staff, whether it's a student, is domiciled. And we keep on auditing the infrastructure in all the buildings to see whether they are disability friendly. And we make recommendation to the management to see how those buildings can be improved. We also have audit the learning resources, whether it's for visually impaired, whether it's for the deaf, whether it's physical disability, and many other disability, and we make those recommendations to the management to ensure that those things are taken care of. And we are happy that in the previous, people used to go to Kenyatta University. They say it's the only university in Kenya that takes care of the disability. But we want to demystify that even the University of Nairobi is taking much stride towards that. And before, when you go to the Kenya University Central Placement Service, students of disability used only to choose KU because they knew KU has the infrastructure and the facility and the environment. But today, our number has doubled. In 2 years, 2020, we had 66 students, but now we have 121, which is a big milestone, is a double, because the students are saying University of Nairobi is also a caring institution, and I can confirm the whole management, represented by Professor Julius Ogengo, is here to confirm that the management has committed spirit, soul, and body, financial, to make sure that that issue is. So my work was only very simple, to welcome everybody to this particular occasion and to feel at home, and we'll be hearing from different partners and individuals on how best we can do to improve the services of our students and staff who are living with disability. Thank you very much and karibu nyumbani, na musikie ya kwamba mmeshikwa mikono na tuko pamoja. Asanteni. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Johnson. Wapi makofi yake? Ametukaribisha jameni. Let's appreciate that. Hey, kuna watu hapigi makofi. Kama umekaa karibu na mtu hapigi makofi, mwambie ona huyu. Alafu mwambie ende akaboeke huko. Today we are celebrating. Can't celebrate when you are just like, nah. You know, maybe it's a bit hot. Maybe hatujakula kitu tuchangamke. It's our day. Something I forgot, I think I'm growing young and old at the same time, is for the rooms of convenience. You know, how we call them housekeeping rules. So for those who may want to use the rooms for convenience, let me start with let me call it my group of people. Those people who never look for a place to sit, they look for parking like me, the wheelchair users. There is one, you get out of this hall, you turn right, you proceed past the entrance, then the next one, there is a library. Inside there is a very nice washroom that has a lot of space. Before you reach there, on the left, there is one, the portable ones, that is also on the grass. And for the rest of us, behind this hall, there are some rooms of convenience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to the panel session. And in the panel session today, the discussion is going to be on universities and industry as a catalyst for the realization of 5% employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. And the person to take us through this is the Associate Dean, Faculty of Law and Chair, Central Administration Disability Mainstreaming Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Collins Odote.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. You can see officially I have a seat up here, but allow me to start down here and start by apologizing as I welcome all of us. I apologize because until today in the morning, we all knew that the ramp that we were going to have, DVC and guests, were going to be better than last year's. Last year's, we were with the CEO of the National Council of Persons with Disability, and we were all sitting at the top, but he had to sit down here together with the representative of the Vice Chancellor last year. We then undertook that this year we will be better. But as you can see, our work towards disability inclusion is still a journey, it's still a work in progress. Our all efforts to ensure that we are inclusive still falls short. So for that, I would like to start from here and apologize as I introduce the panel discussion and as I welcome our first speaker. As we were starting these conversations, a friend of mine who works for the Standard Chartered Bank, Nelly Kanake, asked me, why are you carrying the Constitution? And I told her that I'm carrying the Constitution because I will use it. If you all look at Article 54 of the Constitution, it makes commitments that we as a country will represent, will protect, will promote, will recognize the rights of persons with disability, and goes on and on. What is important is the second of those commitments is that we will ensure that they have access to education just like everybody else. So as a university, we have a responsibility, amongst other things, to ensure that we respect, we promote, we protect, and we provide an environment that enables our people with disability to be able to achieve their rights to education. Today's panel conversations, though, is about universities and industries as catalysts for the realization of 5% employment opportunities for persons with disability. I have a rich panel. The first person who was supposed to be with us today is, until last night, was the incoming PS for Labor and Skills Development, but as at this hour, is now the Permanent Secretary for Labor and Skills Development, the Honorable Geoffrey Kaituko. Those who do not know Geoffrey Kaituko was the first Speaker of Turkana County Assembly for 5 years. After that, Geoffrey Kaituko served as a director in charge of similar issues in the office of the Deputy President, and from today, Geoffrey Kaituko is the permanent secretary for Labor and Skills Development. Geoffrey was coming until last night, but their swearing in was confirmed last night. He called me at 9:45 p.m. to pass his apologies, but instead has sent a representative from the Ministry of Labor and Skills Development. So please join me in welcoming the Assistant Director for Social Development, Ms. Stephanie Bitengo, who is currently working at the National Social Protection Secretariat and coordinating the establishment of an enhanced single registry for social protection, which, amongst other things, seeks to build a database for vulnerable households within the country, and which is supposed to do things about cash transfers, including for persons with disability. I'm looking, no, Stephanie, just a second. I'm still trying to digest the last part. Stephanie has over 30 years of experience in social development. Please put up your hands for Stephanie. If you could just join us up there. Please join us at the top. My absolute apologies. I say my absolute apologies because we've worked with Fred, and one of the things we've been discussing with him is about how we can ensure that our facilities, our buildings are inclusive. He keeps with us about ADD and saying, yeah, I know you can't build a new ADD, but there are things you can do to make ADD inclusive. You can see, Fred, that our collaboration must continue because the work that we need to do is not complete. Fred is currently, from last year, the co-chief executive and transformation officer at ADD International. Fred previously served as the Disability Rights Program at the Open Society Institute, and we just finalized the implementation of DVC, a one-year program supported by the Open Society and managed by Fred. So Fred is the one who worked with us to ensure we got the first ever grant for disability, and for which we've made huge milestones at the university. He then moved to ADD International, and I've been pleading with him that please don't forget us in your new kingdom. But Fred also, before then, worked as a disability inclusion advisor for Kenya at the Light for World Netherlands. He was also a founding executive director of Action Network for the Disabled People for 15 years. And Action Network is a national disabled persons organization in Kenya working to improve the life prospects of children and youth with disabilities in Kenya through education and sustainable livelihoods. But Fred is not here because of any of those capacities. Fred is here because Fred established Riziki Source, which is a social enterprise that facilitates access to job opportunities for persons with disabilities and leveraging on the power of technology. He just didn't establish it. In 2012, his work around issues of employment for persons with disability, he developed some innovation using a mobile app, which was to connect disabled people to job opportunities, and we'll be hearing about that in the panel, was shortlisted for the Ashoka, for the African Prize for Engineering Innovation, 2016 to 2017. Did you guys hear what I said? Let me repeat. Was shortlisted for the 2016-2017 for the Africa Prize for Engineering Innovation. If you cannot clap for anything, please clap for that. Fred is also an Atlantic Fellow looking at issues of inequality facing persons with disability in Kenya and beyond. But Fred is also our alumni. Yeah, he's the alumni of the university. He studied political science and sociology, and also has a certificate in social innovation from the from Amani Institute. Fred has also previously advised Disability Rights Fund in Boston to bring in issues of youth with disability in East Africa in terms of grant making. So please join me in welcoming Fred to the panel. Fred, please. Next up, I hope I'll get it right. So let me breathe first. And I will skip the first name. Next up is Petronella Mokoena. Petronella Mokoena is a human resource and business partner in charge of commercial functions for the Eastern African market for the British American Tobacco, where she has worked for several years. She started her career at BAT in 2013 as a management trainee in Stellenbosch. She then, from between 2013 to 2014, between 2015 to 2017, she was the skills development manager in terms of for Heidelberg factory in Southern Africa. She then moved to a people change manager for the Southern African market between 2017 and 2019. She became the HR business partner for Southern Africa between 2019 to 2021. And in 2019, she moved to Kenya in charge of HR business partner, where she has been since then. Mokoena is not ours, but we will convince her to be ours. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa, and a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Western Cape. Please join me in welcoming Mokoena to the stage. That's number 3 onto the list. Number 4, because we're talking about universities and industry, number 4 is a gentleman who, while we had put the mic down here for purpose of inclusivity, says, I cannot speak down, I must speak at the top of the podium. That's our own Dean of Students, who continues to do an amazing job in terms of not just inclusivity, but also in ensuring that I do not know his time. I thought it was only the who has 36 hours. Johnson is competing. Johnson has just years experience in senior management positions in higher education and social services sector. He's currently our Dean of Students and also Director of Career Services. Before then, he was the Director of University Advancement. Before then, he was the CEO of the University Alumni Association. He has also served in several bodies, including as a manager at KCA University, as the Executive Director of the National Volunteer Network, as a management advisor for an HIV organization in Malawi. Johnson holds a master of an MBA, a Bachelor of Commerce, and also a higher diploma in HRM. There are many things I can say about Johnson, but if I did so, I will be spending too much time. Please just join me in welcoming Johnson to the top. The last person that I would want to welcome up the stage all these things that we do for staff and students. So Johnson will represent staff. To represent students is the representative of persons with disability in the University of Nairobi Students Association. University of Nairobi Students Association is the umbrella body for university students. The Vice Chancellor and myself serve in the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms. And just 2 days ago, we were having a meeting with the CEO of the National Council of Persons with Disability. And one of the things that we were debating is that the changes that were made to the Universities Act, there are conversations around whether they were progressive or not. For us as a university, one of the things that we celebrate is that 5 years ago or 10 years ago, DVC, you would not have Andrew Leosi in the University Council, because the basis of choice was a basis that was sectarian in nature, because that's the nature of our politics. The nature of our politics is largely determined by where you come from, how much money you have. The changes that were made to the Universities Act and the adoption of the UNSA Constitution enables us to see the face of Kenya, the diversity of the country. It's therefore my very great pleasure to welcome Andrew Liosi, who is there are only 7 people in the council, and they're led by Melvin Togo, who will be speaking later on. Andrew Liosi represents persons with disability in the council and will be sitting at the panel. So please join me in welcoming Andrew Liosi up the stage. I'm hoping that Andrew is here. Yes. So just take Andrew to the other side. I am being told that please recognize. What people do not know is the person I'm recognizing is my friend. And she was my friend before she became a person with disability. I knew Denita Gatti during her first term in Parliament. We worked with her on many things, including at Kewopa. Denita is a demonstration about what the MC was saying, that all of us are candidates for persons with disability. So we don't do this out of charity. We do this because we are all on that journey. It may happen to you today, it may happen to me tomorrow. So we need to ensure that the environment that we have is conducive, not just to those who are persons with disability today, but those of us who are candidates today for being persons with disability tomorrow. So thank you very much, Anita Gatti, for joining us, and glad to see you. Colleagues, I would like to start the panel. I will start it down here and then walk up in a short while. And the question that I have for all the panelists is a very short one. And it will be your opportunity to then give me your thoughts. As you give me your opening remarks, which I would ask you to do in around 5 minutes, except for Stephanie, that I will give slightly longer time, Stephanie, because Stephanie just got her instructions last night, had to develop her thoughts, but also sharing the thoughts of the peers. I would like you to tell me, based on the theme for today, for the panel discussion, what do you see as the role of universities and industries as catalysts for achieving the 5% employment opportunity, both universities and industry? Question number 2, how well do they currently play that role? And question number 3, from where you stand, what is the contribution of your institution, of your sector, of your segment of society in helping universities and industry achieve that? So for Fred, it will be what's the contribution of Riziki Source? What do you see as the contribution of development partners generally? For Johnson, what's the role of universities? What's the Dean of Students doing? What's the university doing? For Mokoena, same thing. What's private sector doing? For Stephanie, what's government currently doing? What's the role of government into the future? And for Liosi, what do you see that students can be able to do, and what are the students' expectations? So if we could have those opening remarks in 5 minutes, we'll be able to see where we go from there. And we will start with the gentleman who is on my right, Frederick. So Fred, karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Prof. It's very hard to begin. You know, sometimes when you are in the middle, you can guess what people are saying, and then you can follow into the flow. But okay, you put me on the altar. And I appreciate your acknowledgement of me being here and not being there. So, what are we doing? What can a place like University of Nairobi contribute to accelerate employment of persons with disability and industry as well? Not more than 30 minutes ago, I was at a meeting down, you went just here, where KEPSA, for those who know KEPSA, Kenya Association of Private Sector Alliance, were meeting, still on the same topic, about how can they be inclusive in the labor market to include persons with disability. How nice that then here is then, how do we accelerate that? But in the context of institution of higher learning, what I hear private sector complaining about is we don't have talent. Where are these persons with disability? they are maybe more trained in one sector or skill. For example, in life, when we were growing up, people knew if you see someone with a disability, they are likely to be a teacher. And not only a teacher, but a teacher in special needs education. Why so? Who makes that determination? Why is it we can't have persons with disability in all sectors of economy? The reason is the institution of higher learning aren't providing us opportunities to persons with disability to advance in various sectors of the economy. One example, if I came here and there was a class, and really, excuse me, it's not putting blame, but we have the issues, because if you have a lived experience, the only thing you can say is what you've gone through, right? Minus the education. I'm a proud alumni of the University of Nairobi. There's a particular course, it was more in diplomacy and around international development, thereabout, but within the political science. But where that unit was being, and that's why Prop is saying on a lighter note, ADD, that's how ADD came into play. Where that unit was being delivered in terms of lecture, it was, I think, on the 3rd floor of ADD building there. I could never manage going to that class, or if I reached class, I will take 30 minutes trying to take in breath. So it means I lose, like, if you calculate that time, the hours of learning I lose are so immense. So eventually I dropped out of that unit. If that was the only option for me, then I'll have failed, that then I cannot get employment in the sectors that I wanted. So if we want to ensure that the 5% is being achieved in this country, we must provide equal opportunity in our curriculum. Our curriculum must be accessible to the needs of persons with disability wherever they want it, and in a manner that they need to access it. So the built environment is just one, but how the curriculum also is accessible to their needs is another thing that universities need to look at. Because if the industries are saying you are not training enough talent for us to hire, then really there must be a conversation between industry and universities for that problem to be rectified. Secondly, if human resources do not know how to interact with persons with disability during interview, because these are the people who block persons with disability from coming into employ, it means there's something, and I just clarify that also University of Nairobi trains human resources, right? Can I get a nod from anyone? You train resources, human resources, right? And if they can't understand the needs of persons with disability or prospective employee with a disability, how are we going to increase that number? So it means the curriculum or something, a unit, has to be put in there that allows human resources managers, talent acquisition advisors to understand what are the needs of prospective employees who have a disability. If I'm managing this particular company, if I'm managing bringing in talent, what do I need to ensure that is in place for me to attract a talent from someone with a disability? That will ensure that those numbers are going up. What are the opportunities are we giving to our students with disability to show what is it that they can do in universities? Apart from separate events, we know that society is diverse. We don't have a society for persons with disability. We have a society for where all of us live and need to coexist. How are we celebrating diversity even amongst ourselves? Are we allowing them to join other clubs within the university so they're not only said, no, that's, you can only do something to the disability club? Are they joining any other professional clubs, journalism, and are they talking with their peers? Because from what I know, the friendship that we form around university in these lecture halls also play out in the job market. because I will be able to bring someone who I schooled with, and if I interview you and I see, even if I don't say that I schooled with so-and-so, there's chances that I'll look at you favorably because I know we come from the same university or we have met in the lecture hall somehow. So that then increases the opportunities for persons with disability to thrive within the work economy. So really, that is important for me, that universities look at persons with disability as part and parcel of the university community as opposed to treating them from the sideline. As I end, because you said 5 minutes, perhaps I'll have another time. Do I do what we also, right? Okay. So as Rizikisos, I'm not an engineer, but I have an engineering mind. Those are two different things. I knew if industry is saying we can't get persons with disability, we don't know where to get this talent, and yet I know I've gone to school with a number of persons with disability. I know they exist. They can do a fantastic job if given an opportunity. Why is it that then they are not reaching out? One is the form in which we advertise our jobs is discriminatory. How would you expect someone with a visual impairment to read a newspaper? How would you expect someone who's deaf to come for an interview that doesn't have an interpreter? Are we really accelerating job opportunity for persons with disability? So we figured out, how then do we create a platform that allows us to know who's looking for a job, what type of disability do they have, and where in this country are they, and what kind of a job they're looking for, and their qualification, and then we'll create that database that allows employers to see who's qualified for what and invite for an interview. So they can't have an excuse of saying we don't have talent. Currently, on our platform, we have more than 1,000, I think 300 job seekers with disability. And then maybe somebody will tell me that there are no job seekers with disability. I don't know how to find them. So it's about how are we challenging human resource managers, talent acquisition advisors in ways that they can broaden their search to get these fantastic people who can be useful, who can be transformative in their workspace. Only people don't know what they're missing for not employing someone with a disability. Have you ever known that someone with autism is the best and fantastic designer you can have in a company? What does that do to your company? It means your bottom line is what shareholders will be smiling home with. So it's just a deliberate effort, both from the learning institution, training, opportunities for persons with disability who are within the institution to thrive, and accessibility is a fundamental entry point for that. It might be physical accessibility, technology, and all of that. By ending, who's an engineering student here? Just by show of hand. Engineering, I want to challenge you. You know, when you look for a job, you always say, I'm a self-starter. I am an innovator. For me, if I am and of course I'm an employer. For my work, I work in 2 continents, Africa and Asia. But I only work 3 days a week. If you came to me and you told me, during my university days, I designed a solution for accessibility challenge for Taifa Hall, that is innovation, that's self-starting. Because you saw a problem and you solved it, and you proposed it to management. If they disagree, that's their cup of tea. But at least there needs to be a way that a student can come up with an idea that solves this particular problem. It can't go 2 years down the line that we don't have a solution for an accessible auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. That is somebody who says he's not an engineer, he has an engineering mind. So those of you who are here, I hope during the session you will tell me what mind you have. Not what you have, but what mind you have. Next up, I want to ask the same question to Mokoena, and the name must be South African. Please also tell us, what do you see as the role of universities and industries in catalyzing the realization of 5% employment opportunity for persons with disability? And what are you doing as a private sector generally? What are you doing as BAT in terms of helping us reach that target? Mokoena.
Okay, thanks for that. So the name is Nonzigelelo. We have to try, names are important. Nonzigelelo. There we go. Yes. My colleagues call me Nzigi for short, so we can just call me Nzigi. Nziki. There we go. Yes, yes. So, I mean, I think it's such an important conversation for us to be having. As you guys have heard from the bio, I'm the HR business partner for BAT. I think our role as industry, just generally, more than anything, it's about enabling meaningful integration of people with disabilities into society. That's our role. Because I think all of us understand that work is important. We derive meaning from work, purpose, value. It allows us to be able to take care of our families and our friends. It allows us to express our creativity. So that's our role as industry. Just enable meaningful integration of people with disabilities into society, just like any other human being. Yeah? And I think organizations need to really start thinking about how to take that seriously. For BAT in particular, I think our role, we say one of our values as BAT, one of our EVPs, when we go out there and we recruit talent, we say, come and work on a world stage, yeah? So we want you to bring your difference and work on a world stage. And we say that because we operate in over 180 countries. And so our role is to enable that meaningful integration of young talent, people who have amazing skills, capabilities, to join our organization and operate on a world stage. That's our role. And how we bring that to life is we've articulated a very clear strategy, which is quite similar to the topic we are having today about, integrating, ensuring that we have 5% of our employees, of our employee population, 5% of our employee population being people with disabilities. So we have a strategy that we've put in place just generally about diversity. It has 4 pillars. It's talking about wanting to see equitable distribution of gender within the workplace, particularly at senior management. We want to see 50-50 gender split at our board level, as well as throughout the full population. We want to have 5% of our employees being people with disabilities. We want to have an organization that has multiple generations, so Gen Zs, such as the people in this audience, and all the way to baby boomers. And then there's a 4th element, which is quite specific to South Africa, called BBBEE. So of course, on the second part of that pillar is talking about wanting to integrate people with disabilities in the workplace. And our contribution to that has been, let us look at the opportunities that we have available in our organization to tap into young individuals who are talented and who want to join the world of work. So we have various projects. We have something called Next Gen, a Next Gen program where we've partnered with, by the way, we launched it this year. We've partnered with NITA as an example. We've partnered with KU, and hopefully next year we'll partner with UN. And we took in a cohort of students, and we took them through just about a year of coaching, of mentoring, of leadership capability development, because we knew we have a bit of a gap where you have students who are in universities acquiring technical skills, but not having the leadership capabilities that we need for them to integrate well into the world of work. And so we took on a cohort at the beginning of the year. By the way, they'll be graduating in a couple of days. That cohort is made up of 20 students. All of them are people with disabilities, yeah? Varying disabilities. And that's our contribution as an employer to say, let us bridge that gap between universities and the world of work. So this is a pre-internship kind of a program. These are students who are still within the university programs. And of course, the intention is once you have gone through this rigorous program where you've been coached, you've been mentored by a senior manager within the organization, and you've gone through some of our leadership trainings, you would then be able to flow into our internship program, yeah? So we have an internship program that runs for about 12 months, and we take in a cohort every year. In fact, our cohort for 2022, about 18% of that cohort are people with disabilities. It's about being intentional, really. It's about, taking the affirmative step and creating the opportunities. So having those interns in our space, them going through the functional development that they need to go. So you've acquired a qualification in a university. Now you need to bring that university to life and operate in an organization that is fast-paced, that requires you to deliver quickly. And then, of course, once that individual completes their 12-month internship program, we expect that if there are opportunities for permanent placement, that we do place them, yeah? So that's that's our role as in industry and some of the ways in which we believe we've been able to contribute to that particular role. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nonsikelelo. I hope I got it right now. And nice challenge, which takes me to the next panelist, that a lot of the young people have the technical skills, but lack the leadership skills. And part of what you try to do is to provide them that leadership skills so that they can match the two and so that they can perform on the world stage. Andrew Leosi, you are a student leader. You've just heard that we provide you with the technical skills, but you do not have leadership skills to be able to perform on the world stage. Is that true? And what are you doing as UNSA to ensure that you are able to perform on the world stage? And what can you do more? Over to you, Andrew.
Hello. So to answer the question, it as a maybe yes, maybe no. First of all, I think leadership skills are supposed to be instinct into people. Like we have things like mentorships and training that are supposed to be taken to students so that they get their leadership skills. And there drops the question of how are the industries and the universities ready to instill these skills to the students. For instance, we'll go with a the mentorship skills are really not offered. And I'll go as UNSA, I think we are in the right process where we are supposed to do that. Because I think as part of our UNSA budget, we always give a consideration to students with where we do to help. For instance, just in 2 weeks' time, we are planning to have a career fair for students with disability only. I'm looking forward to the corporates that are here to partner with us. And now maybe moderator Prof to go to answer the first question that, pardon? To answer the first. Okay. Reintroduce myself. I'm a third year student from the Faculty of Science and Technology. I'm pursuing Bachelor's of Science in Actuarial Science. For your information, I think, okay, it's not like bragging, but I'm the second student in Africa with visual impairment to do a mathematical course. In most cases, it's so hard to find people with disability majoring into the technical courses. As Fred had insinuated, had alluded early, most people with disability will opt to going to courses like education or human resource, not because they can't do the technical courses, but it's because they are compelled to. Okay, the first student that was visual impairment who did the actuarial degree, he did it in UK, where infrastructure is well provided. Now, maybe I'll go with that being the biggest challenge that is really dragging behind the 5% that we're supposed to improve or to have on employment for people with disability. For instance, we can do some simple mathematics. We have 4.2 million people with disability in the whole country, in our nation, Kenya, out of a population of 50 million people. That's way below 10%. I think it's roughly 8-point-something%. So that means that, as we're speaking, to attain the 5% affirmative action, more than a half percentage of all the people with disability in Kenya, that's the 4.2 divided by 2.1, should be employed, because that is even way below the 5%. But go to the data, you will find that less, or at most 100 people with disability have been employed into the civil and to the private sectors. This simply because, taking the matter back to the universities, there is where we are losing the battle. Let's use an example of when you go to high schools, basing on the data of students who graduate from high school, transition into universities, we normally have, for instance, a population of roughly 1,000 students with visual impairment alone, not the disabled students, with visual impairment who are transitioning to the universities. For you to have an effective university life as a student with visual impairment, you will have to have a very improved and digitalized assistive technology. That's a modern one. For instance, at the moment, a current gadget, like the one that I do use for studies, I'm sorry I didn't carry it with me, I wish I did. It's something very small, less than an A5 exercise book. It's called a Braille No Touch Plus. And you can imagine just that one gadget goes for about $10,000. So that's roughly 1 million Kenya shillings. So we have graduated from students with visual impairment. So that means for you needs roughly 1 billion to be able, in fact it's even, roughly 1 billion to be able to have a flowing campus life. Remember, that's only visual impairment. We're not going to other disabilities. The last week we were having a conversation with the Special Needs Education Director from the Ministry of Education, and they were complaining that the special needs docket is already being offered a lot of money. And you can imagine there are a lot of money that was being said is 576 million from the Kenyan budget. Now, this 576 million, as you've already drawn it, it's not even capable of dealing with the that 576 has not been able to manage the 1,000 students that needed 1 billion for them to have a flowing university life. So that brings us to the question of we need to have the 5%. So who do we think are going to be the right people? So I think now that is where the corporates and the private sector comes in, where they need to do some awesome partnership with the universities to be able to support this. So I think for us to enabling to having the 5% transition into the job market, the universities and the industries are the only people whose the ball is in their court to support this. For instance, let's go for an example. The University of Nairobi, we are working on a very limited budget. That's roughly, for instance, the budget that, of course, we are appreciating the admin because this is happening for the first time. Initially, the budget was not allocated. We didn't have a budget allocation for disability issues. But for instance, this year the university went ahead and gave some good, like roughly 3 million to support matters disability. That's a very awesome progress. But you will see that it is capable of supporting very little. For instance, when I was joining the university, I was the only visually impaired student. The other one was already transitioning out. This year alone, we've been able to admit more than 7 visually impaired students. And the question now that we were having with the office is, what are we going to do to these students so that we can enable them have an awesome flow? So it's my call maybe to the private sector, corporates like BAT, that we are the only people as universities and industries that are supposed to come and enable the 5% to go through. Thank you.
To listen to Andrew and watch Andrew, it's extremely reassuring about the role of the university. DVC, I don't know whether you remember, but in the first year of his studies, Andrew actually requested to be allowed to come to and stay at the university because then we were doing online and because he couldn't be able to attend online classes because of the nature of his disability. So it's extremely gratifying to see you, Andrew. An excellent challenge to both universities and private sector. It takes me to your neighbor, Stephanie. You hear about what government is doing, the budgetary allocations, the high cost of assistive devices. What can universities and industries do more, and how can government support them in that doing more so that we realize the 5%? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Panelists and the audience. First, let me thank you for having me here, just to talk on behalf of my principal secretary, who could not be able to join this particular forum. And I mean, I've listened to the speakers, and I'm especially impressed by Andrew, really, just to hear the picture about how we are intervening in disability. And you asked, what are you doing to address the issues on disability? So before I go into what the universities or how we can work with the universities, let me just talk to what we do as government, just that in a small way, we want to acknowledge that it is the responsibility of government, constitutional responsibility of government, to be able to address vulnerabilities for all citizens, including and not excluding any citizen, plus disability, persons with disability. I think that is a responsibility as government. We cannot, give to anybody else. It is government's responsibility. And for us, I think as much as we may not be able to say that we are providing that service at 100%, I want to say that the initiatives that government has put in place are moving towards trying to make sure that we are able to address issues around disability as well as can be done. And that, firstly, of course, we need to first understand who is a person with disability. And this is where we start the conversation, because to be able to be inclusive, you must be able to understand whom you want to deal with. So the law, and I know most of you seated here must have interacted with the Persons with Disability Act 203, which is now again in Parliament being reviewed, basically to be able to incorporate all other issues that are emerging towards addressing disability. So the law does make it clear for us who is considered as a person with disability, and therefore it rolls out various commitments and obligations of government to be able to address or lay out interventions that deal with disability. Now, I recognize and I listened to Andrew talking about the number of persons with disability in the country. And we always say this is contentious all the time. If you look at what the Census 2009 gave you and what the Census 2019 gave you, those numbers are very different. But for me, I think the most important thing is that particular effort from government to be able to say, let us try and find out how many people we are dealing with. That is the most critical thing that we would want to look at, and particularly trying to understand then where is this disability? Is it mostly in the rural areas? Is it in the urban areas? Where can we find this disability? Because if you do not have that information, then you may not know how to roll out effective responses to address such issues. Or what sort of disabilities are you talking to? Andrew says, for example, he's looking at the disabilities, whether it has to do with sight, and what sort of support then would be required. So understanding, again, the types of disabilities you're dealing with is very critical, and I appreciate that the KNBS has been able to try and provide some aspect of that information, giving us the different percentages of the different disabilities that our citizens are facing, and where, in which sub-counties. I was surprised as I was trying to look at this information last evening when the PS said, go and represent me. And I'm looking at the sub-counties and seeing the preference in the different sub-counties. So, for me, that is critical information that allows even the county governments to be able to start thinking about what sort of interventions can they put in place. Now, speaking to what we are doing now, one of the things perhaps I want to tell you is that we are intervening at disability at least 2 levels. At the ministry level, we have the State Department for Social Protection at the higher level, but also the Directorate for Social Development, which looks at policy and programs to address disability. And the Directorate for Social Development does have a lot of initiatives, and I know one of them is trying to look at that policy, and I want to hope that many of you have participated in the preparation of the policy on disability, which has yet to be finalized, but is in the process of being done. And if it has not been extensively, shared out for participation, I think it's one thing that we would have a lot of input so that we're able to address issues related to disability. But more specifically, and I don't know whether my colleagues from the National Council for Persons with Disability are seated in here at all. I know that we are celebrating in Narok, so probably we don't have many of them here. They're out there registering. Okay, yeah, so I know that we have different functions across the country to recognize this day for International Day for Disability. So, but the council does have many initiatives that are aimed at addressing issues on disability, and I do not really, it's hard to contextualize in terms of really how much of that is reaching to our citizens at every levels, from the national level to the local levels. But if I go down to the Directorate for Social Development, we have, for example, the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. We are talking about skills development. I know not all of us would be at university level, whether we are disabled or not. Not all of us would be at this particular level, but there are those citizens who have not been able to get to this level. What are we doing for them? So government has what we call vocational rehabilitation centers, 12 of them in the country, where then we develop different skills. Again, for the different young people who come to those different centers, we have quite a number of young people who are trained in those centers for job placement at that level. And then, of course, the Directorate also runs disability inclusion and awareness programs, basically to try and have communities, and whether it's policy level, it's at different organization level, and I'm glad to see colleagues from the different private sector levels to have an awareness of disability and what role then they can be able to play under disability. Obviously, what we usually refer to as disability mainstreaming. And Prof, yes, I said, I felt bad for you when you said you could not get the ramp working. You know, maybe it's something that you need to prioritize. Why don't we get many of our things working as they should? Last year we didn't have a ramp, this year we don't have a ramp. Those are 12 months. You want to ask yourself why, what curtails us from being able to do this as we should. And so that is what we speak to in terms of disability mainstreaming. You walk across this country, access to buildings, as it was those many years ago, is still the problem, unfortunately. And I know that the council has the responsibility of trying to sort of mainstream and, you know, have organizations become compliant in terms of enabling access to services, particularly with disabilities, and other many activities of empowerment that are under the state meant for social protection. But very specifically, under the council, we have what we call the National Development Fund for Persons with Disabilities. And really, I didn't prepare myself in terms of the budgetary provision of a particular fund, but the idea is that part of the responsibilities for this fund is to provide assistive devices, such as what Andrew was talking about. And given the high cost of some of these devices, again, and given resourcing from government, it can become very difficult to provide adequate services. But we do have programs that are running that are in nature aimed at empowering persons with disability economically, and these are grants through self-help groups. So we encourage to be able to be in self-help groups through which they can be able to access these grants. We have programs under ACPO, or access to government procurement processes such as LPO financing, again, through the fund. And these are things that we can always advise or guide some of our community members who live with disabilities to be able to access some of these. We have education programs. We have Faulu Scholarship, Wezesha Scholarship bursaries to learners in special schools. Again, these are some of the initiatives of government. Infrastructure and equipment support to learning institutions. I don't know whether the university would want to approach the council to support them on this, but maybe not. They should be able to do it, but that is there. We have habilitation and rehabilitation programs where we are saying we provide assistive devices, particularly to the Kenya Sign Language Program and other rehabilitation programs. And more importantly, I think the National Council started undertaking a registration process for persons with disabilities. I know maybe many of us could have been registered, but many more have not been registered. And we keep on calling out for people to come and register, because that is the only way we can be able to know how to provide services to our brothers and sisters who have disabilities. We have a very special program. I think the persons with albinism support program, those with albinism would have accessed this kind of support. I think they provide, besides education, of course, we are looking at provision of after-sun lotions, protective clothing, skin cancer and skin cancer screening and treatment, eye care services, and many others. So if you are registered, then you are able to know these services are available, and then you can be able to look for them. So the program, the albinism program, targets at least 5,000 people with albinism in the country. And then a new program is coming up on autism and other developmental related disorders. As I said, we can only then be able to roll out this kind of interventions if you are registered with the council and you're known where you are, so that this then can be effectively include many of those brothers and sisters who are living with such conditions such as autism. So this is a new program, I think, which is being rolled out in this current financial year. And it would be good to ensure that that awareness goes out and then people are able to register. We also have the main program that people know, which I purposely just put at the end, the cash transfer program for persons with severe disability. And remember, because government is not able to provide, a much more. So we had to sit and how do we provide the cash transfer program? And so that is why we came with a definition of supporting persons with severe disability. So the cash transfer program with for persons with severe disability reaches 47,000 households in the country, and it's a household-based cash transfer program with Kenya's shillings 2,000 provided monthly, but delivered every 2 months through the contracted banks. This is one of the programs, of course, we've seen a lot of interest from communities, and we would, of course, encourage any individuals who are persons with severe disability who are excluded from this program to always come out themselves so that they can be able to access this particular service. I mean, cash transfer, in as far as we see them, should be able to address vulnerable households, poor and vulnerable households in the country. And certainly we have gotten concerns that narrowing a program down to persons with severe disability excludes a majority of persons who live with other disabilities. Whether you're having a physical disability, you feel excluded from this kind of program. But because of the limited coverage in terms of funding, this has remained like this. But in terms of policy decision, I think we are moving towards finding out how we can expand the cash transfer program, not just to cover persons with severe disability, but to also broadly reach other vulnerable categories of persons with other physical disabilities and others that meet the eligibility criteria. So I had some details in a particular program for persons with severe disability we have, but generally understanding that we provide cash transfers to 47,000 households across the country, with a package of 2,000 shillings every other month, delivered every 2 months. Sometimes it is late, but it's always because we have those budgetary limitations which we try to overcome all the time. Moving forward as policy, I think we are aiming to expand this cash transfer of severe disability to cover as many as there are by probably having a social benefit, what we look at as a social benefit for persons with severe disability, and probably expand the bracket of those with disability to be able to access cash transfers once eligibility criteria of poverty. Beyond that, Prof, if you allow, I wanted to also say that, yes, we think there are ways we can work with universities.
In fact, I was going to ask you that, to speak about that in just a minute. That would be very nice.
Yes, because protection program, we are providing different interventions. And we'll always say that social protection cannot be used as one instrument to address issues with disability, just as it cannot be used as one instrument to address issues of poverty or vulnerability. So, but we would, really benefit a lot from the universities, and I want to believe universities are the centers of research, Prof, if I will. So how can we inform the programs we are doing with, in a more modern way, in a way that is really focusing on those issues that affect persons with disabilities? We can only do that if we get current research that is telling us, yes, this is what you're doing as government, these are the programs you've rolled out, but here are the gaps, here are the issues. We, as government, work even closer with the universities to do this. We have many international organizations that can actually support research from universities once we are able to, link together with the universities from your students, both at the graduate level or even at higher levels, so that we can be able to inform the different programs that we as government are rolling out. I think we still have that space, and the more we work together as government institutions, both providing public services, I think that will lead us to provide better solutions. Thank you very much.
And to imagine she was told last night at 10 o'clock. Very well done. Extremely grateful. Dean of Students, you also wear the hat of Director of Career Services. What are universities doing, and specifically what's the University of Nairobi doing to help our students, but also to contribute to realizing the 5% employment opportunity for persons with disability?
Thank you, Prof. Corinth. And may I say that our students, currently around 121, would love to have what you call 100% transition to the job market. And I want to acknowledge two great ladies. I know Mildred. I know you may not stand up, but just wave. She's the head of Disability Liaison Office, and she has done a lot of disaggregation of data, students by year of study, by faculty, by gender, by campus, by professions. And it's just a matter of disaggregating to say, this one are engineers, these are medicine, these are female, these are male, of technical. So our aim at the office is to make sure there is 100% transition. Why do we say so? If you look at the statistic in the labor market, it takes a graduate 5 years, tamaking, for those who understand my language, to get. But why should we expose our students who may not be able to learn from Upper Hill to town, photocopying their CVs or emailing? And therefore, we have made a deliberate effort to disaggregate the data that every year, like now, we have 26. Right now, we have to, give me a better mic. We have managed to place 6 or 8 of them. We are remaining 18. And I hope by the end of the year, because it's my faith, that all the 18 will have been absorbed in the job market. However, we have challenges. As Fred has said, the reason why Fred is seated there, I could have loved him to be where we are. But the people who are doing the platform, because we could have done what we are doing, but I contracted them to do this platform with a lamp to allow Fred to come to where we are. But they are not sensitized. So I was looking for a job for our student with disability, and I was asked so many questions by the HR. Do we require to remodel our toilets if you are really going to give us students with disability to work with us? We don't have that infrastructure of special washrooms. How do we handle those students, particularly the visually impaired? Do we need an aid to take them to various of our departments to enable them work with us effectively? Other companies say, do they have the requisite skills for them to be integrated? So those challenges are still wallowing, and I don't blame them, because when I was with ADRU 2020, when I joined as a dean, ADRU came as first year, and he didn't have the braille to participate in the classroom, and they were online. And here ADRU said, I have a solution. The school I was, which is the Thika School for the Bride, I can take you and you talk to my principal. And if she allows us to borrow that item, I will borrow as the university sees the ways to buy those braille. When we went to the market, it cost $6,000. That is 600,000 then. I hear now it's close to $1 million or 800,000 Kenyan shillings. As we were going to Andrew, he was guiding me on the Thika road. Now we are exit 13, 15. So when we are around Thika, for those who are familiar with Thika Highway, there is a road that goes Garissa Road, and there is another one through Thika Falls, named a Blue Post. So Andrew told me, if you follow the Garissa Road, there is a traffic jam between that flyover all the way to Thika. That flyover, join the one for Blue Post, and join. I was asking, how did you know this? So why I'm bringing this question? So he told me, turn this, the first time, bump somewhere, then turn again, you'll see the gate written, High School for the Bride. And that's what we did. So this HR manager said, how will the student come for the interview? I said, this student know how to navigate the environment within the university and outside. So if anything happens between that time and our workplace, who will be responsible? Is it the university or is those are the challenges the HR are going through. And for us to achieve that 100% transition to the labor market, one, we have to have that very open conversation with the HR manager, which I'm calling a HR manager forum on PWD, so that they know that they're in school, they go to school, they listen to teachers, they write notes, they pass exam. So working in an environment of the corporate is not a big deal. The other thing is to have a corrective career fair, particularly with the company that have made strides to integrate people with disability, the BAT, the Stanchart Bank, the Kenya Re, I think the breweries, and many others, and bring that they can share their on how they are working with the people with disability. There are companies which I may not mention. They have said the student with disability or the graduate may not have the requisite skills that we are looking for. And therefore, I propose that we have a national skills development program to be able that we match the skills that they are looking for, particularly with a student with disability. I was with a Google company somewhere in Atlanta, Georgia. Their data center is bigger than maybe the University of Nairobi main campus. And the engineer who is the manager there is visually bright. So when you go through the data center, which hosts virtually all the data information for the whole world, so this engineer who works with a stick tells you this data can support the whole of Africa, the data, Asia, Europe, South America, Australia. So, and he tells you this kilobyte has this. So you wonder how he's able to navigate such a huge data center, yet he's visually bright. So disability is not inability. I just think we need to sensitize our corporate that our graduates have the requisite skills. They only needs to be given a chance through work study, internship, attachments, and all that. And with all those challenges, we'll be able to navigate in terms of infrastructure, skills, and the attitudes and the ability to handle. Thank you, Corinne. No time has gone. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Johnson Kenya. I would have asked each of them a second question, but I won't, because I would like that second question to come from you panelists, to come from you, the audience. So just a few questions from the audience. If you get the mic, just name and questions. The panels have already made a presentation, so no presentation from the audience. The floor is open. Number 1, number 2, number 3, just 3 men. Now there's slots for men is gone. Now the only slot open is for ladies. Honorable Danita is number 4. One more lady. Going once. Yes, number 5. So if we could have those 5 people, and since there's nobody to take around the mic, I will do it myself. Do you want to help me? Oh, I was about to ask Nelly to help me. Who's number 1?
My name is Belinda Adhiambo from APDK. And my question goes to the person representing the CS. I think in Kenya, we have policies, very good policies that guide when it comes to matters concerning persons with disability. But my worry is, why are we not pushing these policies to a point where they are signed and become rules or laws that people follow in order to ensure that we are included fully? Remember, we can have the policies there, we can have people doing, each and every person is doing something about disability at different area, at different aspect, right? But at the end of the day, if the government is not putting in the effort the way we want it, we'll always fight for our space, and it's not right. The 5% issue when it comes to employment, I feel it's not even something that is supposed to be discussed by organizations now. It passed the organizations. We started way back with the small CBOs, organizations speaking about employment, and nothing has yet changed. Now we want the government to take the initiative by its own and ensure persons with disabilities are employed. And not just employed as a rubber stamp, because you realize some of us are employed to be receptionists. And I'm not a receptionist by profession, but because I have a disability, they want to show me there that, we have at least a person with disability in this organization. No, we want to be represented in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2. Who was?
My name is Mercy Akumu. I represent Cheshire Disability Services Kenya. I concur with the Dean on the need to sensitize human resource managers on disability inclusion. And back to the government, you've mentioned a lot of programs that are really important. And as a person who is working with the community, different programs, we work with Tangaza University to ensure inclusion, where we ensure that the environment is conducive for learners with disabilities. But we also work with TVETs, and we have 602 youths with disabilities who are going to graduate from different TVETs across the country. And the question I've been asking myself when you're talking was, you're talking about awareness on disability inclusion for the teachers in those institutions. When we went there was nothing like that. We had various students who were chased back home because the environment was not conducive, or the teachers did not have the capacity to train them, or even the attitude. So when you're talking about employment, whom do you want to employ? If those willing to be trained and are ready to be trained to go get to the labor market are not really able to get the education that they need for the transition to happen. That is number one. Number two, I'm also concerned about the higher education, the help and the capitation that the government is giving. The capitation uniform across board. If you go to TVET, it's 30,000 across board. But have we thought about persons with disability who have special needs that needs to be attended to, as the student representative stated, because they have very unique needs that needs to be attended, and yet the capitation is just 30,000. The help on itself is also a bit discriminative, because now you have to have a certificate. You must attain a certain level for you to get help. So what youth with disability who was somewhere in the village and has a talent, and of course we're talking about talent, and can do something very good with the skills or the talent that this youth has. But now this youth is not able to access help or any government support just because this youth has no primary or secondary certification. So what are we going to do as the government to ensure that even those youths who are not able to go through the normal education system, and yet they have the skills, they are talented, and they can really do a very good job, get to the labor market? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number three I think was just ahead here.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Charles Chol Matiop, CCM. That is my AKA. I'm from South Sudan, student at Tangaza University College, studying journalism. I'm glad to be here, and I used to like to speak using my African mother tongue, Swahili. So if you will allow me to express myself in that language, I will be much comfortable.
Please go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Endelea.
Okay, nashukuru. Kwa hivyo kama nilivyojitambulisha hapo awali kwamba ninatoka katika taifa hilo changa la Sudan Kusini, kuna kile ambacho ningependa kukusisitiza, na ni hususan katika shirika hili letu linalowasimamia walemavu. Na kumekuwa na ukandamizaji ambao umekuwa ukiendelezwa pasi na wao kufahamu kwamba hilo linatukinza sisi tunaotoka katika mataifa mengine. Kile ambacho ningependa kudadavua ni kwamba kuna huku kutafuta kitambulisho cha mtu aliye na ulemavu. Na mie nimekuwa mwahanga wa kisaikolojia, maana kuna wakati ambapo nilizuru katika afisi zao kule katika mtaa wa Westland, na kilichonigutusha ni namna ambavyo nilipata kuelezwa kwamba katu nisingesajiliwa na nisingepewa kitambulisho cha ulemavu kwa sababu mie nimetoka katika taifa jingine. Sijui kama hili linaafiki vigezo au serikali inaangalia yepi kutuhusu sisi haswa. Na kila ambacho kimefanya nikahoji haya ni kwamba hakuna mtu yote yule hapa katika ulimwengu au sayari tunamoishi kwamba aliwahi kumwandikia Maulana barua ya kutaka kutazaliwa katika taifa jingine fulani, umeona. Kwa hivyo mie ningependa kuwaasa kwamba ni wakati mwafaka wa Afrika kuwa na utangamano. Wa Afrika haumaanishi kwamba ikiwa sisi hatuna ulemavu. Lakini wa Afrika una maana kwamba hata tunapokuwa na ulemavu hatutakiwi kubaguliwa kivyo vyote vile. Swala jingine tata ni hili la kutafuta vyuo.
Sekunde 15 tafadhali.
Nashukuru. Hata hiyo nyingi. Kwa hivyo ni hili la kutafuta vyuo kwamba kumekuwa na ugumu hali wa sisi wasiona kutafuta vyuo na kuvipata. Kwa hivyo hongera Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi na vyuo vingine ambavyo vimenuia kutufaa. Asanteni na karibu.
Asante sana mwenzangu kutoka South Sudan na Tangaza College. The fourth person is Honorable Danita. Please. Five was that side.
Thank you. My name is Denita Gati. I am the former member of Parliament for Disabilities in the National Assembly. I'm also here courtesy of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Network that I do consult for. Allow me quickly to really congratulate the university. Such a discussion really shows commitment to students or learners with disabilities in this institution that really needs to go out to other institutions so that they're also able to make it easier for students with disabilities. I just want to mention this. You know, persons with disabilities, having been a member of Parliament, are that's the truth. Our issues in law, it becomes sometimes very difficult to implement them. You know, we might speak. I'm looking at this composition here, this hall, Taifa Hall, and I'm asking myself, where are policy makers in this house? Because these are key issues that are coming out, Professor Odote. Members of Parliament pick such information, translate that information into law, and make it possible for students, whatever is coming out from here. So moving forward, no matter how small a meeting is, ensure you have policy makers in such a sitting so that they pick and they make it into law, and then you follow the law. the ministry is there to implement. My second concern is the issue of students. I'm listening to Andrew and many other students that are here, the 121 students at this university. And I'm thinking, how do we ensure, and I really want to throw this to the university, in terms of engaging the career fairs and engaging the relevant stakeholders and even the lawmakers. Because currently, as we speak, in the last parliament, we had a sitting with Senator Mwaura, Senator Gertrude Musuruve, Honorable Sankok, and we went and engaged the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Because being a student and knowing that disability is expensive, now being a student in an institution like this one, and then there is this student who has an aid Now this aide has to keep on, literally this aide is your teacher. You know, if you have a dunderhead aide, you are doomed. Now this aide is the one who takes you around. He's literally training you and teaching you and lecturing you on what you need to understand. We are talking about accessibility here, which of course is enshrined in law. But now, this university here, which of course I've had an opportunity to walk around and see how accessible it is, and I want to congratulate you, the University of Nairobi. You are trying for our learners with disabilities. But now this aid that comes to assist Andrew or come to assist many other students with disabilities, this aid, how do we ensure they are facilitated and remunerated? That is a serious concern because no one can actually leave their home in Muranga to come and stay with Andrew here, walking around with him and guiding him. And you have left your family and your wife and children at home. What are you? We want to make sure that even learners with disabilities, students with disabilities, and this must be in law. Because currently, when we engage the Salaries and Remuneration Commission in the last parliament, right now an aid to someone who works in an office is actually paid 20,000 shillings. Now, what about this aide who comes now to assist Andrew or to assist any other student who is using a wheelchair? So for me, I want you to engage further and widely as the university so that KU, where I was, I'm an alumni of KU also, so that KU can also pick up these issues and many other institutions of higher learning. So for me, pick up that issue. Let the current members of parliament pick up that issue so that we are also facilitating our students. It's not just about learning. How do you learn? You have to be helped to get into a classroom. You have to be assisted to use many other assistive devices that we use as persons with disabilities. So I'm here picking these things for the Commonwealth because we are doing something with the parliamentarians with disabilities so that we are also able to see what is it we can showcase as parliamentarians of the Commonwealth and former parliamentarians. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Danita. And finally, number 5 was this side. And if we could just do 1 minute, we're extremely out of time.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nelly Skoyo. I'm a student from Kenyatta School of Law. So
from?
Kenyatta University School of Law in
KU, thank you.
Yes, so my question is, what steps, or rather what is the next thing to do? We have the disabled people, they know their rights, they have been empowered and all that, but then how do we ensure that from the empowerment, they get best practices to borrow from so that they can as well go share their ideas, share their news, share their views with the whole world towards making the world a better place? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and well done in exactly a minute. Panelists, I'll give you around 45 seconds just to respond to one question and give us your final reflections. We'll start with Fred, and we'll end with Andrew. With an engineering mind, it must.
Yeah. Disability inclusion isn't an event. It's actually a lifestyle. Because any one of us is a candidate, right? There are no application forms. No. You will never go anywhere to get application forms of becoming a person with disability. That's why we say, get it in your mind that disability inclusion is not an event. All of us need to think about that. About laws not being implemented and how all this information, how we can use it, is all of you who are here, if you took one step, being an ally of persons with disability, understanding, empathizing, not sympathizing, empathizing, you'll be part and parcel of the solutions that then will get us to the next step. Because of that, that's where we can be, but also we provide a solution. We train HR people on understanding disability so that they don't say, we don't know how to deal with someone with. So if they tell you another time, send them to me. I will tell them what is the bill of removing their ignorance around that. Because we live in a society that we should be able to know what our neighbor is, how our neighbor feels in certain circumstances. So people cannot say, I don't know. That's ignorance. And ignorance has no defense, right? The last time I checked, lawyers, Ignorance as no? Yes. Even that is law, because the law says we should be inclusive, we should not discriminate. It's blatant discrimination that we discriminate persons with disability at the job market with the pretense that we don't know. That's pure ignorance. My last one, I'm offering, and this is a donation I want to make for the University of Nairobi, Taifa Hall. If Mildred reaches out, I want to provide a few simiti for just this place to be plastered so that it is accessible for wheelchairs. I will go without a meal or two. You'll have those few of cement, we can make that place accessible. I'm an alumni, right? Thank you.
The final reflections.
I think, as Fred, I am building on what Fred is saying, is that for us to achieve 100% transition for the persons with disability, let's sensitize our HR. They don't know. Although ignorance has no defense, but I was in that position before I started interacting with my brothers and sisters. But over and over, we have learned. And secondly, let's also empower our students with skills that the market is looking for. Yeah, because the skill is the currency in the job market. So for us to procure those jobs, let's also get the currency that makes us to procure those jobs, which is the skill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nonsikelelo.
Thanks, Prof. So I think maybe as final words, thank you, Andrew, for just sharing some really good insights about your experience. I think those experiences are very useful to us in industry because it helps us change our mindset a little bit and reframe, about what is important. I don't think the challenge should just go to HR. I think it should go to industry as a whole, right? I think all of us have to contend with some biases that we might have, unconscious and conscious. And I think the only way to overcome those particular biases is to be very aggressive about this 5% target that we've got. So we need to drive inclusion. When you operate in a space where you are seeing that your, let's say your physical environment is not an enabler to somebody with a disability, you start to realize that there are opportunities to make reasonable accommodations to your work environment such that people can participate in the workplace freely and effectively. I think lastly, of course, as industry, ours is to make a commitment to your end that we will continue to partner with you guys. We definitely want to tap in to the students that you have in this university who have a passion for excelling, who want to work hard and who are interested in particularly working for organizations such as BAT. So through our internship programs and so on, we'll continue to be partnering with you guys in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dean of Students, you hear that. Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just make a few comments to the questions that were raised on the floor. And thank you, Mheshimiwa, for being here. I think one of the things we want to recognize is that policy making is almost a political process. And if we do not have buy-in from most of these parliamentarians, just as Mheshimiwa is saying, then it becomes very difficult for them to pass some of these laws. I know that we have, as a State Department, we always engage with the Parliament, particularly the Labor and Welfare Committee, to try and push in some of these. Sometimes we succeed, many times, Mheshimiwa, we don't succeed. So we have to go back to the drawing table. So engaging with the citizens at this particular point, I think, would be one thing that we need to do as citizens. And so just to speak to the policies, I know that we have a policy and maybe we now need to again re-engage with the Parliament. As we all know, this is a new Parliament, so that we can be able to push this policy for approval at Parliament level and adoption from Parliament. I think Cabinet level and adoption from Parliament, I think this is one of the things we want to do so that we become more inclusive. The policy has undergone quite a bit of stakeholder consultations, and I want to believe that once it gets to Parliament, again, it will go back to more public participation, and hopefully we can be able to inclusive. So yes, we do have some policies. We already have a law on disability. So in that regard, I think we really are appreciative that the law is there. And the law is already, the reviewed law is in Parliament now at the Senate level, and we are hoping to get feedback on that law and probably just to have it enacted into law. And it's much more comprehensive than what the law in 203 was providing for. So I think we can try to make all these little efforts as we go along, but your participation would be very necessary. Now, in terms of issuing a registration to individuals who are not residents or citizens of this country, I think this is something that we'll have to keep negotiating in. We are building an enhanced single registry. The single registry captures information from anybody who is a resident in this country, whether you are from South Sudan, as you were saying, then the enhanced single registry captures that information. We are in collaboration with the UNHCR, and our hope is that once we get this information now, then it would be easy to argue the case for other citizens who are not residents of the country. Outside that, my thinking is that, Prof, you are the people who train people who are going out there to work. What is your curriculum saying about being able to include people? How can we try to make changes at the point in which we are doing this training at the curriculum level, so that when I go out and become an employer, I know that I should be more inclusive in what I'm doing, in my work, in my infrastructure, in every other way. I think we need to change all our institutions, wherever they are, at whichever space I sit in, I think I can make a change towards inclusivity. Thank you very much.
And finally, to take the panel home, Andrew Leosi.
Thank you. So maybe to answer on a question that was raised by a scholar from KU, if I got you right, personally, we've been able to come up with an association for all the students with disability nationally that is already registered and just waiting for the launch. I think we're going to do the launch here at the University of Nairobi. Will allow us, since we are the mother of the universities. So I'm pretty sure with that we are going to have the conversation on disability going in to give pressure to people like Steph and our friends from BAT to continue this conversation. As my parting shot, maybe I'd like to say that it's high time we do some major investments in disability. It is one of the things that is the most expensive around. Disability is very expensive, honestly. And we need to do some great investments. And as we said, the best way to invest in disability is through education, because that is the only way for disabled people to grow. Like, you won't go and ununulie mtu, like a disabled person haizi kuwa people siku hizi wanaitwa kamagera. I had a friend mwenye tulikuwa first year, when you are broke, anaenda anapiga gari hapo Mbavu, beba anakuja na 200 and we are good to go. So with the disability, that's impossible. So we need to invest in this education, and by education I mean in all things, all the aspects, both the curriculum and the co-curriculum. For instance, I think the co-curriculum part has been given a lot of assumptions. There is no major improvement done in the co-curriculum. For instance, if you noticed today while we were doing our sports, we were doing the parachase under a tent. Why don't we have a place where parachase can be played? These are a challenge to all the universities now, not only UN. For instance, the basketball was being played in a parking area. Like, let's establish places where these things can be happening, and that's a challenge to both the university and the corporates. Thank you.
Wow, disability is expensive, but we must invest in it. I think a statement from Honorable Danita Gatti and Andrew Leosi, and then Leosi crowns it and saying that the best investment we can make for disability is education. I think we've had an excellent conversation that has generated several things. My key takeaways is the need for increased partnership between industry and universities, with several ideas, including the ideas of universities retooling the people they train, looking at their curriculum, Professor Ogengo, ensuring that our curriculum is addressing the concerns of HR practitioners, so that we don't wait until they go to the market. They are socialized when they are here. Secondly, I think a challenge from Stephanie for the universities, that can we increase our research to be able to ensure that we are proposing ideas as to how government can be able to generate better programs for responding to disability issues. We've also had suggestions about what industry can do more, including partnering with universities to be able to provide assistive devices to compensate for some of the deficits from government, including the suggestions about providing internship and mentorship opportunities for university students. We've also had ideas for government, including ensuring that we do not have drafts, that policies can be developed and actualized, that the draft revisions to the bill in Parliament for disability can be finalized, but also that there can be greater responsiveness for disability issues, including for our students who are non-Kenyans, our students from South Sudan, that they can also be recognized. I think extremely useful ideas. We've also had ideas for students. Can you be able to be much more innovative? I think a challenge from Fred to you, Melvin, and other students. Let's have students being able to innovate, to develop ideas that can be able to provide disability inclusion. The last challenges were challenges that let us not just have these conversations. Let these conversations translate to policy, translate to law. And two things that came out. Number one, can we involve policymakers much more? And number two, I think a specific issue, can we ensure that as we talk about advocacy for law, that we have laws that also focus on the minders and the people, the aids for students with disability. A lot of the times we just think about the aids for staff and the aids for members of parliament and other policymakers. Can we also start thinking about, so who is it who takes care of the students when they come here? How is that then factored into? And how can we ensure that our capitation is a capitation that also focuses on assistive devices and needs of students with disability? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel for an excellent conversation, and thank you for being here. Back to you, MC.
Thank you very much. Waongezeni makofi. It has been great. My highlight, among other things, was from South Sudan. Sema Kiswahili. Sema Kiswahili safi. Sema Kiswahili sanifu. Na sisi tunajiita wa Kenya ati tunajua Kiswahili ngo. Unaongea unajana gonga mawe. Pwa! Kitu hata huwezi kujua kama ni Kiingereza, Kiswahili ama ni mother tongue. Lakini all that was wonderful, wonderful. As an alumni of this great institution, I'm tempted after this to go and check some of the areas that presented a lot of challenges to me. There was a lift up to Gandwing, which never used to work. And I asked, I was told, "You ifanyangi kazi, I hope it is working." Because there is a cafeteria up there, and I couldn't go and enjoy the meals up there unless I'm carried up. So I hope that one has been fixed as well. Education building, I used to go there for lectures, and it used to be a bit of a challenge. So my take and my conclusion on this is, let not the discussion stay here. Let the conversation go on beyond this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want this moment to recognize representing the National Council for Persons with Disabilities from the board, Mercy Mugure. Where is Mercy? You can raise up your hand wherever you are. Oh, there she is, from the National Council. Wapi makofi yake? In addition to that, Mercy is also a colleague at Safaricom. Muongeze ingine kwa sababu ya hiyo pia. Thank you. I know time really is not on our side, and so I want to kindly request for those people I'm going to call after this to wacha tufanye summary. There was a topic called summary in English in secondary school. You're given a big story, then you summarize it, still keeping the meaning. I hope we could remember that. So thank you, Prof, for leading us. I know I'll just give you a moment to ukunywe kopo la maji because I know you're coming back again shortly. But before Prof comes back, we are going to hear about enabling disability inclusion in the student community. Who better to do this than the UNSA president? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Melvin Thogo. Anatafuta mic. Unataka ya MC on wheels. Oh, okay, ndio hiyo. Thank you.
It's okay. The DVC, Academic Affairs, Professor Julius Ogengo,
government representatives, Madam Honorable Stephanie Bitange, any other person representing our partners, Office of the Dean of Students, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Melvin Thogo. Good afternoon to you. I am President, University of Nairobi Students Association. That is the one, he said, UNSA. I am now, I'm the chair of the council, where Andrew also sits as the representative for persons with disability. And I've had a history of people living with disability, and I don't know what's wrong with the mic today. When I was very young, my parents used to work at KWS Vasha, and there was, I recall the name, but I cannot. There's this didn't have both hands. For he was made because of the that he did, that he didn't, but he was the IT manager. Okay. He was the ICT manager for KWS Institute. So they used to take us there as children. Whenever you are lazy, they used to ask you, you have both hands, but you still cannot work, and this man can actually work and even be a director in such an institution. And growing up, I realized that we are abled differently, but even in very different abilities, you can still do so much more to make a livelihood or to change lives. And of course, first I didn't know that I would actually be representing such a university and representing students, including students with such special needs. And when I joined first year, our class representative is a person living with disability, and we unanimously voted him in because of how he sold himself to us. It was actually an election, and there were 5 candidates, and out of them, he's the male candidate that we elected because he sold himself to us as very capable. It was not out of a pity vote. And just to speak for the student body, first of all, I am very, very proud of Andrew. Andrew is one of we are 7, and Andrew is one of the most vocal of us. Andrew will always speak. He will not ask for permission, be it regarding people living with disabilities or any other member of the community. He will always speak. And we've made a few strides in inclusion as the student body. And in my government, I told them that if you're ever going to form a committee, it does not matter what that committee is supposed to do. As long as it's going to represent students, it must always have somebody representing a PWD. If it is a committee of 7, I always analyze and I say, who is representing people with disabilities here? And because there are very few and I know almost all of them by name, I always say, there's no one representing these people here and I need them here. Because you leave them out, and then we do not include everyone, and we need to have a community that is all inclusive. And that is why when I was forming my team, I said I did not want to just bring somebody in the team to just fill in the team for us to qualify. I wanted somebody who can actually speak for those people, because in as much as I represent all students, I may not be able to go into the nitty-gritties of these challenges that these guys face, and the person that I saw best for that role was Andrew, and you can tell that he's good for that role, right? From the way he speaks. And congratulations, Andrew, for all the achievements that you've made this far. We've also tried to advocate for facilities to accommodate these needs. You see, the way we say they have special needs, even amongst those 121, they have very special needs because one is visually impaired, another one probably is using scratches, another one is using wheelchair. So we also have to create an enabling environment for them to be able to access the library, access facilities, and any other thing that they may want to do in school. Today, today we are having, this is our first event as an association for the persons living with disabilities, but we want to have more of this. We don't want to reserve just 3rd of December for this. I know that this is an event that is also gazetted by the school senate, which we also appreciate so much, but we want to have this more. We don't want to recognize you one day and then you disappear. I also do not want other students who are coming to only know you when they're trying to form teams during elections and now they have to include you. I want you people to always have your events. If you decide that every semester you want to do this, you should be able to do it. And just to make a commitment after this, because I also believe in impactful conferences, after this we are going to sit down again with the disability office and the student body and decide on ways to make this even better for you guys, okay? And when we are making reforms in education, I just realized, because we had the working party on education reforms here the other day, and I realized that very few people were actually thinking about reforms that will empower students living with disabilities. And I thought, and I think Professor Dote also talked about it, the way in which we are doing our student elections right now, I think it is also really empowering to this group, because now it is a law that for a team to qualify to get to the ballot, they must have a person representing students living with disabilities. I think previously that was not, I wasn't here in the previous elections, but I think that wasn't really entrenched into a law such that you could get disqualified on that basis. And I think because of how we are doing our elections right now, these guys get that opportunity to actually get elected and to represent the students. And a challenge that I want to pose to this, to our students living with disabilities, if you're here and you're still in first year, second year, I want you to look at more positions and more opportunities for you to take up leadership. It doesn't have to be just the position of student representative for people living with disabilities. You can become the chair, you can become the secretary general. For example, I think if Andrew has another chance to vie, then he should even go for now a bigger post, right? Where he is, it is as big as it is, but I want him to take more roles, for him to also tell the others that it does not matter what your special needs are, you can take up these positions as well. And we are also trying to give this special interest group priority when it comes to service delivery, and that is, for example, when I mentioned about the committees, when you're working on something, the first thing that you think about is Andrew's group represented? Do we have students here who live with disabilities and would want to speak or would want to showcase something? And for those live within the University of Nairobi, for those who feel there are areas we have not fully represented, we apologize and we ask you to give us a chance to grow even better and bigger. Thank you to our partners for today. We appreciate you. And for people living with special needs, I want you to know that we see you, we acknowledge you, and we celebrate you. Thank you.
Oh yes. Makofi, Madam President. Well put. I'll come to apply for a post of a CS in your cabinet. I hope I'll get. Thank you for taking us through that inclusive journey. She has reminded me of leadership at the University of Nairobi. By the way, I was in Hall 1, room number 115. Anyone who lives there? It was next to a yellow dustbin. There was a yellow dustbin there. So I used to tell people, I live in Hall 1, room number 115, next to the yellow dustbin. So in case they changed the dustbin to black, people would have gotten lost. And in room number 118, was Honorable Dr. Sankok, Ole Sankok, was also my hallmate. To go to Nombana Chumvi na Sukari. And when he vied for Sonu chairmanship, I was one of his campaigners. And he won with a landslide, by the way. Is Sonu still there? Hama Sonu ilienda? Iko? Oh, ndio hiyo inaitwa UNSA. It was baptized. Yes, he was one, and he won. And although, of course, after that, you know what happened, for those who know. They did not they did not complete their term. But all in all, it shows that disability is not. Oh yes, it is not inability. So at this moment, we want to go on a journey. The journey and the future of disability inclusion at UN, at University of Nairobi. And this is our story, and who better to take us through that journey? other than Associate Dean, Faculty of Law, and Chairman, Central Administration Disability Mainstreaming Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Professor Collins Odote. Karibu tena, Prof.
Our chief guest for today, who has had to either reschedule or cancel her 1 p.m. appointment, Joyce Kibe. In fact, when you walked out, I was panicking because I had not seen the message that you had to leave by 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Our DVC, Academic Affairs, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Julius Ogengo. Our partners, BAT, the National Council for Persons with Disability, represented by 2 council members, Mercy Mugure, who I will be requesting to speak. So Mercy, if you could just come nearer here. And our very own Dr. Michael Munene, universities participating in today's event, Kenyatta University, Tangaza. I know that Machakos was also supposed to be here, but I haven't seen them. Our deans present, I saw Dean Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Professor Jacob Diambo, who continuously supports people with disability, members of Senate, our partners who are with us in the panel, Honorable Danita Gatti, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I had a speech that was going to take around 10 minutes. I do not have 10 minutes, so I will not purport to make that speech. I will make 3 or 4 statements. Statement number 1, the celebrations of the International Day for Persons with Disability is a global celebration. It is celebrated on the 3rd of December every year, the 3rd being a Saturday. There are events taking place today, not just here. You just heard colleagues saying that the Kenya Private Sector Alliance had a breakfast conversation today on the same thing. The National Council for Persons with Disability is celebrating, I think, tomorrow in Narok. As a university, this is our 2nd such celebration. We did the first celebration last year. It's extremely gratifying that out of those celebrations, the University of Nairobi Senate, which is the highest decision-making body for day-to-day conversations, decided that the International Day for Persons with Disability will be part of the university calendar moving forward. So this is the first day as part of that university calendar. So you can be sure you will see us here next year and subsequent years. So I'd like to thank the VC and thank management for that recognition. So that's the first statement in terms of what we do. The second is, as a university, we have walked a very interesting journey in terms of upscaling our university work on disability inclusion. I've had the privilege for 3 years to chair the Central Disability Mainstreaming Committee. A few months ago, when I thought I was retiring, I got the additional privilege to chair it for subsequent 3 years. Over those 3 years, we have been able to adopt a University of Nairobi disability policy. You've heard government still has a draft. We also had a draft for some time, but ours became a policy in 2020. And just a few days ago, chief guest and VC, the National Council for Persons with Disability, actually confirmed that we are the only university that has a disability policy in this country. That policy makes commitments as to what we would like to do as a university on 10 particular issues, including the curriculum that you're talking about, including awareness, including the accessibility of facilities, including communication. And over the last 2 years since its adoption, we have continued to walk the journey in terms of breathing life to that policy. We made a commitment as a Senate, we made a commitment as a university, and the Vice Chancellor reiterated that commitment this year. We do not want to tick boxes on disability inclusion. Whatever small things we do, we would like to do them meaningfully. The DVC, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, sat throughout the process of the celebrations last year and has sat the entire day. 2 days ago, when I asked him, DVC, please come and also kick off the games. He told me, Prof, I have set aside the entire day for disability inclusion. And that is despite the fact that he's acting VC today. That shows you the levels of commitment. So we are not ticking boxes. We are doing the little that we can to make the University of Nairobi the truly world-class university it is supposed to be for purpose of university inclusion. It is part of that reason why from last year we established a Disability Liaison Center at the Office of the Dean of Students, headed by Mildred Domino. Again, to demonstrate that we don't take boxes. Mildred is bereaved, lost her dad last week, and was in Kisumu yesterday, but could not stay in Kisumu, had to travel to come and be part of these celebrations. Again, a demonstration, and please give Mildred a clap. And our deepest condolences. Again, a demonstration that we don't take boxes. The Disability Liaison Office is hosted at the Dean of Students office. Not because we only focus on students, but as the Vice Chancellor indicated this week, because students are the largest population of our persons with disability. You heard the Dean of Students saying students are 120 and staff are 66. But even here, we have staff with disability who are in this hall who are part of the celebrations, because our work towards disability inclusion is for staff, is for students and staff. It continues to be a challenge. I can actually say publicly, just today in the morning, I was having a conversation with VC and saying, VC, I have had interventions from our staff who say, you know, once we have been assessed, we are still being delayed in the process of getting our tax exemption. And the VC made a commitment that, Prof, please just write and we'll be able to look at it, meaning that we continue to improve our process. And I want to thank you, VC, for that commitment. Lastly, colleagues, as we go into the future, we have just finalized as a committee our strategy for disability inclusion over the next 4 years. That strategy focuses on 4 areas. It focuses on ensuring that we have accessible physical, Fred, physical, but also social, and because of the environment we are in, digital environment, so that both our physical, social, and digital environment over the next 4 years must be much more inclusive. That's our first priority area in terms of work. Our second priority area is in terms of capacity building, so we can create more awareness to the student from KU School of Law, more awareness to our staff, more awareness to our students, more awareness to our stakeholders. So this event for today is part of that awareness creation. The third, Fred, innovation. The third, Stephanie, research. So we can be able to enhance our innovation and research on disability inclusion. And lastly is to increase, where is the colleague from BAT? To increase the participation of persons with disability in all our structures. I hope we can count on all of you partners for purposes of making that a reality. We are halfway the journey, but at least it is not half empty. It is surely half full. But we will, with your support and with the grace of God, be able to fill it. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to leave you with the words of Audre Lorde that says, it is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. I urge us not to be divided, but to celebrate the differences that we have as a society and to be able to have a much more inclusive university. With those very many remarks, please allow me to break protocol and just invite for 1 minute Mercy Mugure from the National Council of Persons with Disability, who is representing the CEO of the National Council, to say 1 or 2 words. Then thereafter, I will invite the Vice Chancellor to speak, and who will then invite our chief guest to then be able to give us remarks. Mercy, please.
The guest of honor, all partners, university management, good afternoon. My name is Mercy Mugure, and I was sent to represent the CEO. Unfortunately, he was not able to be with us today because they had to travel to Narok, where we are being hosted by the Narok County for the International Day tomorrow, and that is why he could not make it. But then he asked me to come and say that the doors to the National Council are open each and every day for partners, for all disability advocates. His office is always open and ready to listen and to implement and to be challenged. Even you questioning us and asking us that we represent our own persons with disabilities in the council, even asking us what we are doing and what we intend to do. I want to just remember 2 questions that were raised. One is on the about the employment. The National Council website as an opportunity for us to all of us, and especially for the students, kindly create your profile in the National Council. There is an option for employment, and the National Council has partnered with different and created a lot of awareness on the employment, and therefore when you put your profile and your CV there, you are sure that there are some potential employers out there that are recognizing the skills and what you have. And then on the issue about the people who are not being able to have the certificates go through the system or the university, we have a program that is called the Tools of Trained. And the Tools of Trained now looks at the skills. What have you been trained, or what are you good at? And we have a grant on that that allows people to be empowered in terms of the skills, so that they that have not been for one reason or another, and we all know our education system, there are some disabilities that are not catered for, and you're cut off as you continue with the education. That is, we have a program on the Tools of Trained. We also encourage, it's still in our website, and for people with disabilities, and even all of us, let's all at one time interact with the website, because there is a lot of information on the programs and the areas of partnership and the areas where you can get some of the assistance, including the assistive devices. So we, through the ministry, we have the funds that are able to do that. Finally, just this reminded me that I was a student leader at Kenyatta University some years back, where during my undergraduate, and I was the first person to request the university to come up with the Disability Awareness Day that has been going on. That was the time I was serving in the University Council, and I like what, Andrew, you're doing. And the thing is, and what I was looking up to, I'm happy that it's continuing different universities, and each and every day is an opportunity for us to learn. One thing I emphasize that any disability awareness, it is not for persons with disabilities, it's for all of us. And I'm happy for the students without disabilities that are here, the staff and other partners. It is all of us, each one of us, wherever we go, to look at the situation and ask, how friendly is it? Not for the people, with the term, for those ones. I want us not to see things in the lenses of those ones out there, but for all of us, like friends said and other partners, people who spoke ahead of me, my encouragement is we are all the ambassadors. Where you are, ensure there is inclusion. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof.
And thank you very much to the National Council. We just signed a collaborative agreement with the National Council this week, demonstrating our collaboration and partnerships on disability inclusion into the future. It's now my very humble and pleasant duty to invite Professor Julius Ogengo, our substantive Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, who is representing the Vice Chancellor. Professor Ogengo.
Guest of honor, Madam Joyce Kibe, distinguished partners, University Senate, everybody present, students, staff, and I see the student leaders here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I begin with the declaration of conflict of interest. I have studied and taught the things that cause disability in sufficient depth. Therefore, I relate with that subject very wholeheartedly. What I hadn't been able to do was to convert those findings into policy, and that we shall continue to do. So as a person, and therefore for the time I will be in management, I will champion the needs and the rights of the people with the disability very wholeheartedly. You know, I listened to the MC on Wheels, and he says, we celebrate the abilities of those living with a disability. The good news is this, that the human body is plastic. It continues to change. So if you lose one arm, the arm that you have adapts to do the work that the other arm used to do. If you lost part of your brain, the remaining part of the brain adjusts to do more. If you don't have a leg, the arms take up some of the functions of the leg. That's the good news. And therefore, the story of we celebrate the abilities of those with disability cannot be more correct. For that reason, Collins Odote, on behalf of the University of Nairobi and on behalf of Senate, looks at all those things with a big and effective lens, picks all those things, brings them to Senate. And I happen to be the Secretary of the Senate, and I rally others to support those things. I give the commitment today that those which we have passed as policy and those which we have spelled in the strategy, we shall implement. Today, I have learned. I will go back and I will ask Collins to go through the policy, to go through the strategy, again looking for those which we have learned today. Is there anything we left out that can be included in the strategy? So that this becomes a learning session because we have received views. We have not only learned by hearing you, we have also learned through the activities we have had since morning. I had the pleasure of launching, now I don't remember the name, but there was basketball. I hadn't watched that before. And I said, I'm a human anatomist. So as I watched, I was looking for which movements happen more, which movements happen less. It was exciting to see how that is done. Then I came and watched chess. When I was growing up, I was told not to play chess. And the reason was that it was so addictive, it would distract me from reading the other subjects, so I didn't play chess. But as I watched, I saw the intellectual stimulation. I saw it another level. Then I was told, come and see that. And the guy doing that from a wheelchair was doing it better than those of us doing it standing on our feet. And the many other activities I have watched on behalf of the members of Senate who are not there, but together with those who are present. The university has learned a lot on what needs to be done. The little that we have done, the little that we have entrenched in our policy, we will surely implement and continue benefiting. So let the conversation continue. We have established the office of the Dean of Students and a Disability Liaison Office, which for now is occupied by Mildred. Collect all the views and continue to be all the better. Anytime that we require to do something about those who have abilities in spite of the disability, we continue to support. And Melvin Dogo, when you were speaking, I thought you had read my speech. And thank you very much. Continue to mobilize everybody and all the things that can be done. We will all be together in this until the university is a better place in all 3 dimensions. If at any one time we happen to be thinking in a box, the box is not there. We've thrown it away. So we are just looking at it open, and we shall do everything and anything that needs to be done to support this cause. I would like to convey to you the apologies and the very warm regards of Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, who traveled out of town on another very critical assignment and asked me to greet you. And there was a speech I was meant to read, but I've largely spoken to it. It will be available for those who wish to read it. My name is Julius Ogengo, I declare that I'm a professor of human anatomy, and I study all parts of the human body, and I studied them in detail. And I studied a number of very critical diseases. With those very many remarks, it's now my pleasure to invite the guest of honor for today, Madam Joyce Kibe. It's now my pleasure to bring you on, and you will say, I don't like introducing people because I'll make mistakes. So I just like to ask you to come and address us. Can we clap for Joyce Kibe as she comes? And then on that
Makofi kwake.
and on that note, say that you may then say a little more about yourself that I didn't want to risk. Thank you very much, Madam Joyce Kibe.
Good afternoon. Bwana MC on Wheels. How are you? I know you. No, we met at Parkland Sports Club during the Stanchart Marathon. Tafadhali, it's 1:40. Changamsha wasi before I start talking.
Guest of honor akiwa amesema hivyo, who am I to say no? Hata kama ni wewe ugedu, si unaambia tu watu wachangamke. Okay, nataka tuchangamke. Are you ready? Are you ready? Assume there is a 1,000 shillings note to be given to somebody who raises his hand to the highest. Raise up your left hand to the highest. How high? How high? How high? Let's see. Higher. Ongeza kidogo, ongeza kidogo. Okay, let me see who can win that. Okay, that was the left hand. Now let's see the right hand. Right hand, right hand. Right hand. Ongeza 1 inch. Ongeza, ongeza. Okay, hands down. Okay, assume it is on your back, at the back. How far can you stretch? How far can you try to stretch your hand? Both of them at the back? Both of them? Okay, it has come from the back and it has fallen down. Pick it at your toes. Pick it at your toes. Pick it at your toes. Wonderful. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Over to you.
Thank you so much, MC on Wheels. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Deputy VC. Thank you, Professor Collins Odote. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of persons with disabilities, everyone who's here today, and students from University of Nairobi. I'm really humbled to be here today, and let me introduce myself. First and foremost, I'm an alumni of University of Nairobi. So it's really humbling to be back here, and I was telling my colleague here, who I call a Cerelac baby, that I will show you where Taifa Hall is, because I remember I studied at University of Nairobi Lower Kabete. I did BCom, then I came and did my master's here in business administration. So I'm Joyce Kibe. I'm the head of corporate affairs, brand and marketing, and I also oversee sustainability. And I'll just be sharing a few words today. I know it's lunchtime, so bear with me for a few minutes. So let me start by a short story. And my short story is as follows. When I was in campus, and I think it's there today, till today, we had choral, crew, friends, whereby all of us used to almost dress alike. We all came from the same hood. We all came from Buru. We used to eat the same food. I remember I used to eat boiled egg and 2 slices of bread the whole week so that I could go out on Sunday, and that was me. I was trying to save all my money. And we just had the same mannerisms, all of us. And I mean, we used to eat, breathe, almost even talk the same thing. And we're alike. And the key thing is, even the lecturers, we used to see, like, particular lecturers used to hang out together. Why am I telling you this? It's because this is how most people are wired. If today we are going to measure ourselves in terms of diversity and inclusion, most of us would get an F, because we are not inclusive. I was not inclusive because I chose to be with friends who had the like-minded like me, could dress like me, smile, go out like me, eat, do the same subjects, and you alienate other people. So that's why I think we had an F. And that's what we need to change. I want to first say congratulations, and let's celebrate the International Day of People with Disabilities. So I won't go into details in terms of what diversity and inclusion is, because I think we all know what it is. But what I want to say is, what do I see as some of the opportunities that universities can do, and what are we doing at Standard Chartered Bank? So, for many universities, I see disability support services and counseling services. I'm really happy to hear the story of Nairobi University on what the good work you're doing, Professor Collins. That's really commendable. I'm happy to hear what other universities like KU is doing, as well as JQUAT, where they have their assistive technology. So really well done, and I want us to continue with that journey. It's not only those people who are disabled, but we have other disabilities that we can't see. For example, mental health conditions, sensory processing difficulties of hearing, etc. Now, I looked at some insights. And why did I look at insights? Because insights is what informs our decision making. Most students who join first year don't experience a sense of belonging. Some of them don't. And they are actually at a high risk of dropping out. Now, this is particularly so when it comes to people with disabilities, students with disabilities. 25% end up dropping out of school by year 1, and by year 2 of campus, 35% of them have dropped out. And that's because they don't feel included. Thus, we have a long way to do and to go in terms of making sure that we include and make sure that everyone is part of the equation. Which brings me to the next point. So what are we doing at Standard Chartered Bank? So we have a stand where we call Lifting Participation. It's about making sure that we unleash the potential of youth, women, as well as communities, and especially people who are disadvantaged, such as young girls, the youth, as well as people with disabilities. What we believe is we want everyone to be included in the society, and we want to have a diverse workforce. What are we doing specifically in terms of employment? To date, we have about 12 people who are people with disabilities. We want to grow this number by 20 by year end. We also have cultural awareness sessions just to make sure that people are aware. I'll be the first one to tell you I was not sensitive about people who are disabled in terms of just knowing when I come in here, is there a ramp? When I get into the lift and I press, what about that person who's not able to hear or see? But those are things that I'm very conscious about. Everywhere I go, I'm like, what are we doing? We also have various forums in the organization. For example, for ladies, we have the SCATS organization, and we also have men who we call them Boots. And all this, we always make sure that people with disabilities are included in all the conversations. When it comes to diversity, it's something that we pride ourselves in terms of increasing. At board level, we're at about 45% female representation, and then female senior staff is actually now at about 47%. So we've been able to grow these numbers in terms of diversity. So when you talked about innovation, that's something that I'm very, very passionate about, and I'm very happy when I heard the story of Andrew in terms of his $10,000 gadget, and I was like, wow, that's really admirable. Actuarial science, you're doing it. I don't know whether you saw this in the media this week, whereby some professionals from actuarial sciences from University of Nairobi are getting jobs in the States, whereby you're getting money of about 4 to 5 million per month vis-a-vis what they pay here in Kenya. I'm sure there's gonna be a brain drain. Andrew, we still need you here, and I'm sure you'll make the change by making sure that you get good jobs, you come and work for organizations like Standard Chartered Bank British American Tobacco as well as the government. So in terms of development and innovation, what are we doing? I'll start with our ATMs. We already have voice navigation ATMs whereby a client can be able to have a transaction, carry out a transaction with a voice-activated system. We also make sure that the ATMs and branches have ramp access. You can be able to reach the ATM very well, such that everyone is able to access the branches. The lifts in our offices have a vocal recognition system so that anyone who is visually challenged can be able to speak and know what floor that they are able to go. Have we said, can I say we are at 100%? No, we still have a long way to go. We are doing that successfully in Kenya. We are a work in progress in other countries around our cluster, that's Uganda and Tanzania. So I'm happy, and my plea is, let's continue investing in technology with the computers, electricity that we have. We need to invest so that we make sure that we can grow and make sure that everyone is included. So we recognize that the challenges people face in terms of the workplace, especially the youth. Right now, unemployment is currently at about 13.84%. And when it comes to unofficial estimates, this figure is actually double, about 27% in relation to youth, women, and people with disabilities. So what can we do as the private sector, and what are we doing as Standard Chartered Bank? You'll see banner here written Future Makers. So this is our global initiative under Standard Chartered, where we enable people to learn, earn, and grow. I want to touch on one of the aspects, which is employability. We launched a program early this year worth about 97 million shillings, where we are supporting about 5 universities in Kenya. And what we are doing is making sure that the students in the universities are actually workforce ready. Let me explain what I mean by this. Most people, myself included, when I was maybe in 3rd year, 4th year, and I was preparing my CV, I wrote like 3-4 pages of CV. Please don't ask me what is my CV, but I didn't even have the experience. Maybe I was an intern at most, yes. But then why 4 pages? At most, you need 2 pages. Then we teach people the softer skills. How do you interview? How do you present yourself? What's your posture? What will you wear? And you know, what prides me in our program is we have reached about 4,805 students, and out of that, 650 are students with disabilities. So we want to enable people to be able to get jobs and make sure that you write a good resume, you can interview well, and you have a proper career plan. So this is a continuous program, and we are doing it with our partners. We have Light for the World as well as Sight Savers. Lastly, we also support our people with disabilities with health as well as well-being. Why do we do that? We have just finished our 19th edition of our Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, and next year we'll be celebrating 20 years. Last year, we took some learnings, and we discovered that we have this race called wheelchair race. So we have people coming for the wheelchair race, but guess what? The whole year, they don't practice. Then they come, so maybe we have 20 entrants. Then out of the 20, only 10 finish. Why? Because most people didn't train. So this year, we took a conscious decision. We reached out, we went to train them, we had professionals who went to train them, and these professionals who trained them made sure that we got more registrations of people with disabilities coming for the wheelchair race and other forms of disabilities to participate. We registered over 100 people participating in the marathon, and this is through the training. So making sure that you recognize that wellness is key. They need to train same way as I need to train when I'm doing the marathon. We also work very closely with APDK. We've joined the Kenya Business KBDN network just to make sure that we have a voice as a private sector. So in a nutshell, what I want to say is as follows. We can't do this alone. We can do this in partnership. I'm very happy and humbled to be here in front of you. And I think as University of Nairobi, as students, as the private sector, as the government, if we join hands, collaborate, we can form a strong partnership and make sure that everyone is included. Thank you very much. It was an honor speaking to you.
Oh yes, wapi makofi ya Joyce. Let's give her another round of applause for those powerful words. Thank you very much, Joyce. You heard Joyce saying with us, she met me, and then I asked her, was it today in the morning? And then she said it was in Parklands. That was on 4th of September during the second warm-up before the marathon. I was the MC, and it was my great pleasure. The reason why I asked about today is because before I came here, from 8 to 9, I was in a webinar with Stanchart East Africa, that is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, where I was a guest speaker. You missed. I can repeat at a small fee. Okay. Then yesterday, but one, during the mentoring for people with disabilities, I was at your HQ. Though that time I was not the MC, I was a mentor. I came with the Safaricom team, which is also doing a great job when it comes to people with disabilities. So I think I'm about citizenship. Is it a Standard Chartered, then the Safaricom? But it is collaboration. Like Joyce has said, we cannot be able to do all this alone. There are those ones who have already started. There are those ones who are starting. There are those ones who have not started. If we come all together and we move together as a team, we are going to finish the journey together and we are going to progress on very, very well. Isn't it? Yes, tumuongeze makofi tena. Let me try to switch to Swahili. Kilicho na mwanzo huwa hakikosi mwisho, si ndio? Mine might not be as good as that from that guy from Southern Sudan. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get to the vote of thanks and then we get to prayers. So after the vote of thanks, Dennis Haya, student representative, Faculty of Law, get ready with the prayers. But before then, I want to allow me to welcome senior lecturer, Faculty of Built Environment, and a member of Central Administration Disability Mainstreaming Committee to give a vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Michael Munene. Karibu sana daktari for the vote of thanks.
Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, University of Nairobi, Professor Julius Ugengo, Chair, Central Administration, Disability Mainstreaming Committee, Professor Collins Odote, our chief guest and head corporate affairs and brand and marketing, Standard Chartered Banking, Ms. Joyce Kibe, Dean of Students, Honorable Gatti, our partners, Director Mercy, representing Executive Director, National Council for Persons with Disability, Stephanie from Ministry of Social Protection, ladies and gentlemen, and VIPs for today's celebration, good afternoon. All protocols observed, I stand here to express my deep sense of appreciation and immense gratitude to all those who made today's celebration memorable and cherished experience. As a person with disability who has been part and parcel of this university since I joined back in 2002 as a first year, I'm very, very much grateful and proud of what the university has accomplished in terms of mainstreaming students and staff with disabilities. I thank God Almighty for showering His blessing upon today's function. My deepest thanks to our Vice Chancellor in absentia, Professor Kiama, we are grateful to have such an eminent administrator and a man with vision and mission as our Vice Chancellor. His leadership is reflected in all activities of our great institution. Thank you so much for facilitating this event. You can pass our gratitude, DVC. To our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor, we appreciate you for gracing the event since we started in the morning, flagging off the sports and flagging off the disability registration exercise. Thank you very much. Our chief guest and head corporate affairs, Standard Chartered, Ms. Joyce Kibe, we have the privilege to have you with us today. Your word of wisdom, practical tips, and encouragement were so much interwoven into the tapestry of today's event. Your gracious presence was a great encouragement to PWD community in particular. Thank you very much. To our chair, Central Administration, Professor Udote, thank you very much for leading by example and facilitating today's discussion, which is in line with Article 27 of the United Nations of Persons and Rights with People with Disability. The article recognizes the right to work in a labor market that is open, inclusive, and accessible. We thank you. Dean of Students, Mr. Johnson Kenywa, our Deputy Dean of Students, Mrs. Lucy Gikundi, members of staff from Disability Liaison Office, in particular Mildred, Eugene, Amina, Charlene, I thank you very much for laboring hard to make this occasion such a memorable one. Asanteni sana. To National Council for Persons with Disability, where I'm privileged to serve in the board of directors, and
really I should help
Masi Mugore, who is representing the executive director. I thank you for facilitating
of
the
which
distribution
even
of
some of them
persons
don't relate to my course at all.
And I need to mention we signed an MOU, the University National Council, this week. So we are very happy and we are looking forward to more collaboration. Our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Annie Assi and Mr. Anthony Murithi, thank you for guiding us to the smooth conduct of this celebration. Committee members of the Central Administration Disability Mainstreaming Committee for going an extra mile to serve beyond call of duty. Asanteni sana. University of Nairobi Student Association President, Ms. Melvin, and representative of students with disabilities, Andrew, thank you for bringing inclusivity within the student leadership. Asanteni sana. Director of Security and Director of Sports and Games Department, thank you very much for facilitating adaptive sports activities, and to all winners, I say congratulations. Reverend Hosea Mitei from the chaplaincy, who blessed us with his gracious presence and words of wisdom, we are indebted for his priestly blessings. Thank you very much for bringing to the occasion a sense of the heavenly. To all guests, partners, stakeholders, your University of Nairobi community at large, thank you very much for being part of our celebration today. We hope that our collaboration and association will continue in meaningful ways in future too. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we all have a role to play in the disability inclusion process. And remember, for us, people with disabilities, we are not heroes. We are not victims. We are simply agents of our own destiny, seeking an open, inclusive, and accessible workplaces.
And in that policy, we identify.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Wapi makofi, Michael. Thank you very much, Michael, for doing us the honors. And usually when you do such a task, you might be forgotten to be thanked. So as the MC on wheels, by the powers bestowed upon me as the MC of the day, asante. Before we get the final prayer, allow me to request the DVC, Academic Affairs, Professor Julius, to make a presentation to our guest of honor. Karibu sana, Prof.
Madam Guest of Honor, why don't you come over?
Na akipatiwa tupige makofi.
Hiyo makofi haitoshi.
Ya kilo. Haya, ongeza ikuwe ya tons. Kutoka tons tunaenda wapi? Ongeza kabisa, ongeza. Thank you.
Madam Guest of Honor, this is from the university, packed in the University of Nairobi alumni. There is a book in here. You go and write your notes, and you collect the notes of the people here, and you return the book to me with the